the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Negeri Malang.
Ya Bu, nah, soalnya nanti ini
And perseverance, it has now transformed into education is an adventure. Education is an exploration of knowledge, creativity, and innovation. The adventure story of Universitas Negeri Malang began in 1954. With high dedication and perseverance, it has now transformed into an integrated university committed to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and community service, demonstrating its important role as an agent of change in realizing sustainable development. Universitas Negeri Malang currently has 3 campuses: Malang Campus, Campus 2, and Campus 3. Universitas Negeri Malang remains faithful to its intellectual and cultural heritage, with various facilities and curricula that support the maximization of potential within it. It also plays an important role in achieving global sustainable development goals by providing excellent and quality education and learning. As an educational institution, Universitas Negeri Malang views education as a universal right that must be accessible to all individuals, regardless of social, academic, or geographical background. As part of this commitment, Universitas Negeri Malang continuously strives to improve campus accessibility by providing disability-friendly facilities and developing services that facilitate student learning processes in various fields. Universitas Negeri Malang has also collaborated with many companies in providing educational services, offering various scholarship programs that cover different levels of need and talent. Every service provided by Universitas Negeri Malang can be experienced by every student and is continuously developed to support the entire educational process in each faculty. Faculty of Education. As the oldest faculty at Universitas Negeri Malang, the Faculty of Education has 6 departments that are ready to produce professional teachers in their fields. Faculty of Social Science sets the standard in learning, research, and communication services, both nationally and internationally. Faculty of Letters. The Faculty of Letters has 5 departments that will produce graduates who are experts in both language and art. Faculty of Mathematics and Science has 4 departments consisting of 10 undergraduate study programs, 8 master's study programs, and 4 doctoral study programs. Faculty of Economics and Businesses. Having 3 departments, the Faculty of Economics and Businesses strongly emphasizes quality education and training, innovative research, quality publications, and a synergistic learning system. Faculty of Engineering. Focusing on the study of technological advancements in the field of engineering, research, and application, this faculty aims to produce graduates who are instructors, researchers, entrepreneurs, and professional experts. Faculty of Sports Science. As the only sports faculty in the city, it has a mission to lead in providing higher education services by opening 4 departments that will develop knowledge and technology in the field of health and sports education. Faculty of Psychology is a faculty that has 2 study programs, bachelor's degree in psychology and master's degree in educational psychology. Faculty of Medicine. The Faculty of Medicine offers programs in medicine, nursing, and midwifery. In a warm environment, students are introduced to various aspects of medical education. Faculty of Vocational. The goal of the Faculty of Vocational is to maximize the development and service of vocational learning, producing applied bachelors. School of Postgraduate Studies. The School of Postgraduate Studies at Universitas Negeri Malang offers opportunities for students to develop knowledge and skills in various fields of education. As a result of these commitments, Universitas Negeri Malang has earned the title of Best University, achieving the first rank in the Skimago Institutions rankings for education field in Indonesia. By continuing this commitment, Universitas Negeri Malang hopes to create inclusive and equitable education for all and become an agent of change that empowers individuals from diverse backgrounds to reach their full potential. Universitas Negeri Malang has demonstrated a strong awareness of the importance of environmental sustainability. With the determination to reduce its environmental footprint, UM adopts various environmentally friendly practices throughout the campus. UM also actively organizes environmental awareness programs for students and the surrounding community, enhancing understanding of the importance of environmental preservation and motivating real action. Because UM will continue to be a place where ideas are discovered and implemented to create positive change in local and global communities. UM
excellent in learning innovation.
Berdiri pada tahun 2000, Fakultas Psikologi Universitas Negeri Malang awalnya berdiri di bawah naungan program studi di bidang konseling dan psikologi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Negeri Malang. Pada tahun 2012, Fakultas Psikologi resmi berdiri sendiri dengan nama Fakultas Pendidikan Psikologi. 10 tahun berlalu, tahun 2022, Fakultas Pendidikan Psikologi resmi berganti nama menjadi Fakultas Psikologi dengan 5 konsentrasi. Konsentrasi psikologi klinis, psikologi pendidikan, psikologi sosial, psikologi industri dan organisasi, dan psikologi perkembangan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Psikologi Universitas Negeri Malang mengembangkan pembelajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian pada peminatan psikologi sosial, pendidikan, klinis, perkembangan, dan industri organisasi yang berbasis teknologi dan inovasi sesuai dengan visi, misi, dan identitas UM sebagai perguruan tinggi yang dikenal dengan Excellent in Learning Innovation. Kurikulum dirancang agar mahasiswa dapat lulus tepat waktu dengan proses pembelajar mengajar.
Live from Malang, Indonesia. Welcome to the International Conference of Psychology 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, before we officially begin our conference, we will rise and sing our national anthem of Indonesia Raya. May I ask all attendees to please stand. All attendees are kindly to be seated. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable First Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Malang, Profesor Dr. Haji Ibrahim Bafadal, MPD, the Second Vice Dean, Faculty of Psychology Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Ika Andrini Farida, SPSI, MPSI, the Head of Psychology Program, Koryasu College, Madam Jean M. Kafalida, MAGC, MS Psych, RGC, the keynote speaker of ICoPsy 2025, Dr. Amira Najiha binti Yahya from Faculty of Education, Malaya University, Malaysia, Ninik Setiawati, PhD from Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia, Dagna Kocur, PhD from University of Silesia in Katowice, Poland, Professor Sylvester Arnab, Professor of Game Science majoring Applied Games, Coventry University, UK, all the board leaders of Universitas Negeri Malang, and all the presenters and participants of today's conference. It is my pleasure here to lead our today's conference on the International Conference of Psychology 2025 with the theme Mental Health for Sustainable Futures, Integrating Psychology Technology and Global Development Goals. I am Rizka. Appreciate you all for taking a busy schedule to join us today on Saturday, 14 June 2025, live on YouTube. Thus, we would like to thank Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Negeri Malang, for organizing and hosting this event. I hope we all learn a lot from today's conference, which I believe is insightful and engaging. As the international event of Psychology Universitas Negeri Malang, ICoPsy 2025 is presented to serve as a platform for international exchange of ideas, collaboration, and cooperation. The main objective of ICoPsy 2025 is to provide a scientific forum for scholars, lecturer, researcher, and practitioner to exchange their ideas and motivation on the latest trends or novel results in the field of social humanities for a better digital era. And today, we are gathered in this international conference. To symbolically open today's conference, we would like to invite the second Vice Dean, Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Negeri Malang, to do the welcoming speech. Please welcome Dr. Ika Andrini Farida, SPSI, MPSI.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and students. It's truly an honor to stand before you today as we open ICoPsy 2025, the International Conference of Psychology, proudly hosted by the Faculty of Psychology at the State University of Malang. On behalf of the entire organizing committee, I extend a heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you. First and foremost, we are incredibly privileged to have with us the Vice Rector representing the esteemed Universitas Negeri Malang. We are also deeply honored to welcome our esteemed speakers, whose expertise will undoubtedly enrich our discussions. Professor Sylvester Arnab from Coventry University, United Kingdom, Professor Dagna Kocur, PhD, from the University of Silesia, Poland, Dr. Amira Najiha binti Yahya from Malaya University, Malaysia. And last but certainly not least, our very own Nini Setiawati, PhD, from the State University of Malang, Indonesia. A warm welcome also goes out to the representatives from Cor Jesu College, who have joined us here on site, and to our friends participating online from the University of Silesia, Poland. We are delighted to have you connect with us virtually. Finally, to all the participants from various campuses and universities across Indonesia, your enthusiasm and dedication to advancing psychological knowledge are truly inspiring. This year, ICoPsy 2025 is centered around a crucial and timely theme, mental health for sustainable futures, integrating psychology, technology, and global development goals. In an increasingly complex world, the intersection of mental well-being, technological advancements, and the pursuit of global development goals has never been more vital. This conference provides a unique platform for us to explore these connections, share insights, and collaborate on innovative solutions. Thank you for being a part of ICoPsy 2025. With great excitement and anticipation, I now officially declare ICoPsy 2025 formally open. We wish you a fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ika Andrini Farida, SPSI, MPSI. We would also like to invite the first Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Malang to do the welcoming speech. Please welcome Professor Dr. Haji Ibrahim Bafadal, MPD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. His Excellency, the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Negeri Malang, Honorable keynote speakers, Professor Sylvester Arnab from Coventry University, United Kingdom, Dagna Kochor, PhD from University of Silesia in Katowice, Polandia, Dr. Amira Najia from Malaysia, and Nini Stiwati, PhD from UM, and all respective conference participants who I proudly welcome, and conference organizer. First and foremost, let us express our gratitude the God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. By His grace, we can gather here today in person and virtually at the International Conference of Psychology 2025, hosted by the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Negeri Malang. Greeting and welcome to the International Conference of Psychology 2025. It is both an honor and privilege to extend my warmest welcome to the distinguished participants, esteemed colleagues, and passionate researchers who have gathered here from around the world. On behalf of the Rector UM, I would like to extend a warm welcome and sincere appreciation to all speakers and participants from various institutions, both domestic and international, for joining this important academic forum to share knowledge and engage in meaningful discussion. The theme of this year's conference is Mental Health for Sustainable Futures, integrating psychology, technology, and global development goals. This theme is highly relevant and important today. Mental health is a global issue, and we must approach it from multiple perspectives, including psychology, technological advancements, and the global development agenda as a form of academic contribution for civilization. I'm confident that this conference will spark new ideas, inspire collaborative research, and foster stronger cross-national partnership in the future. The International Conference of Psychology 2025 will continue the tradition of bridging together researchers, academic, and professional from around the globe of who are expert in applying psychology, health education, and social science to promote mental health in the post-academic era. Some papers presented of this conference will be published by Q&A Publishing, an international publisher in an international conference proceeding volume. I would like to express my gratitude to the Faculty of Psychology, the organizing committee, and everyone involved in preparing this event. Thank you also to all participants who have taken the time to attend and achieve on actively contribute. May this conference run smoothly, bring valuable insight, and ignite a renewed spirit in building a healthier future mentally, socially, and globally. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
As we are now officially open to commence today conference, we would like to start this conference by praying in accordance with our beliefs. Prayers begin. Amen. May we have a very peaceful and useful event this morning. Thank you. I would like to remind all participants to please fill in the presents available in the chat feature. Before we hand over the plenary session to the moderator, I am Rizka, as your Master of Ceremony, deliver our greatest thanks to all of the speakers, moderators, committees, and participants. Without further ado, the first plenary session of ICoPsy 2025 will be presented by Dr. Amira Najiha binti Yahya from Faculty of Education, Malaya University, Malaysia. To lead the discussion, I would like to invite the moderator, who is a lecturer in the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Negeri Malang, and has interest in developmental psychology. Please welcome Dr. Hanggara Budi Hutomo, SPSI, MPSI.
Yeah. Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ada ini menjadi sponsor dan doa besar. We are students, guests, interns, visitors, student and conference participants of corresponding and session. Welcome to the International of Psychology 2025 with a big team. Many collaborators for sustainable futures in the psychology, technology, and global development goals. Introducing me, Dr. Harvey Tomo, a lecturer at the Faculty of Psychology, State University of Malang, to relate the clinical studies forum. In this session, we will hear a presentation from two outstanding keynote speakers, each for 45 minutes, followed by 50 minutes to discuss Q&A session. You are welcome to submit directly through the microphone or either in the Zoom chat box. I will select question and pass them on to the speakers. For the conversation, we would like to welcome to Dr. Amira Najiha binti Yahya from the Faculty of Education, University Malaya, Malaysia. UM is God. Thank you. Then we have to a brief profile. Amira is a senior lecturer at the Department of Educational Psychology and Counseling, Faculty of Education, University Malaya, and then she got a PhD in Psychology of Child Development, as well as National of Science and Business of Science from University of Malaysia. She is editor of the journal Education Judge, with the Science American Award, member from 2021 until 2023. The result lies in both technical on psychology, inclusive education, and children's emotional well-being. She has 29 global collaboration with around 78 citations and each is a span of more than 231 personal biographical and certificate degree. Bila terlalu, seluruh Dr. Amira Najiha binti Yahya dan is yours.
Okay. Oh, tajuknya dah, the title page first. Title page first. Daripada awal. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Hajara. Hanggara. You're welcome. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to all, to everyone here. First of all, I would like to thank the Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Negeri Malang, specifically Ibu Eva, Ibu Ika, Ibu Nini for inviting me. And of course, the conference committee, ICoPsy 2025 committee, for inviting me to be the keynote speaker today. It is such an honor to be given this opportunity. Actually, this is my first time, but I will try my best to go through this. No first time, no second time, right? So today I'll be sharing about parenting, how it shapes mental health and why it is foundational for sustainable futures. All right. In the next slide. Okay. So based on this picture, I think you can guess, right? What I'm trying to explain after this. Okay. First of all, I would like to begin by sharing a bit about myself. On the left side, from my view, there are two sides of me. On the left side, I am a mother. And on the other side, I am actually an educator and also researcher. So holding a position as a mother, I believe Ibu Eva, Ibu Nini, Ibu Ika understand the struggle that we actually go through in raising our children, especially in terms of parenting. Mother always become the center of the community when it comes to raising children. Am I correct? So I'm also going through that experience. Sometimes I feel like I know what is the best for my children. Sometimes I need to try and test whether it works or not. And sometimes I feel like I don't know what to do. So that is from the perspective of mother. As an educator, the other side of me, and also as a researcher, especially in the field of parenting and child development, I always seeking for evidence-based answer to one big question. In parenting, what matters most? What truly helps family to thrive? Do you have the answer? So today we are going to discuss about specific issue related to parenting and also mental health, and we try to relate it with the SDG. So when I speak about parenting and mental health today, I will speak from both my life experiences and also my academic insight on this topic. And this brings us to today's title, which is Parenting for Mental Health and Sustainable Futures Supporting Child and Adolescent Development. I believe that parenting is no longer just a family matter. It is now a public issue with long-term consequences for our children, our community, and our shared future. Next slide, please. And I truly believe that mentally strong children grow in families where parents are supported, empowered, and aware. Supported means they have the knowledge on how to parent their children. So how to make them feel like they are supported? We have to empower them. So that is the role of a researcher and also an educator. And some of the participants, even though you are a student, but you have the power to empower them. And this will make them aware of what is the best in practicing parenting. And next. Parenting is more than raising a child. It is about shaping their values, emotions, and behaviors across lifetime. It influences how children see themselves, see the world, and also how they cope with the world. In every culture and era, parenting plays a critical role in human development, from infancy to adolescence and beyond. And in the next slide, I'm going to cover on why parenting matters for sustainable development to touch on the center of our focus today. Strong parenting actually lays the foundation for mentally healthy children who grow into responsible adults. So when we invest in parenting, we are investing in sustainable societies. Strong parenting today equals sustainable societies tomorrow. And in the next slide, I'm going to cover on a few models and also theories related to parenting to guide us in understanding about parenting deeply. So when we talk about parenting, we can talk about it from different perspectives. Okay, it could be from the perspective of Islamic approach. It could be from the Western perspective. The first one that I would like to highlight here on the approach that introduced by Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Muhammad emphasized that adapting parenting to the developmental stage is very important. There are actually 4 key stages, including cuddling, involvement, monitoring, and also friendship. So every age stages, there are different way of parenting our children. So in the cuddling stage, from the age of 0 to 6 years, we have to provide more touches and also affection to create secure attachment. While when we move to involvement, from the age of 7 to 15 years, we provide them attention, we provide them love, warmth, more guidance, and also interaction. And when we move to the other stage of life, which is from the 16 and 20 years, we no longer focus on what they are doing. We now let them do what they want with good monitoring practice. Okay. And at the same time, we try to cultivate close relationship, avoid conflict, and active involvement using the daily communication. And finally, 21 years and above, we focus on building friendship with our children. So through warm relationship, we can strengthen our bond. We can have a very positive relationship with our children. And we treat them like peers at this age. And finally, of course, we need to have mutual respect with. And the second model of parenting skills attribute, which is proposed by Al-Ghazali. It will be presented later in the next slide. Okay, so Al-Ghazali proposed that there are actually 4 elements of parenting, namely knowledge and education, relationship with knowledge and education, and then with Allah, with children, and with others. So these are timeless principles that still relevant until today. As parents, we cannot become arrogant. We have to always ask around on what is the best in parenting. Maybe we have lots of knowledge because we read a lot. But when it comes to finding the best practice, we have to always open up our mind. We have to always search for new knowledge because we are raising children in different generation. So maybe the approach should be different. During my time, during Ibu Nini time, during maybe Ibu Eva time, our parents use different approaches. And in the next slide, we're gonna talk about parenting based on different type of parenting styles proposed by Baumrind. And this is very popularly used by researchers when they describe about parenting styles, which authoritative, always the best outcomes, that includes high warmth and control, while authoritarian, strict, low, warm, and permissive on the other hand. You provide warm, but with lack of rules. And finally, neglectful, lacks both warm and also control. And in the next slide, several theories also help us understand parenting better, from PAR theory, acceptance and rejection theory, which includes the element of warm and also rejection. Parents provide more warm will help the children to adjust healthily. And while rejection will lead to poor psychological outcomes. And then we also have Bronfenbrenner's ecological theory, which talk about how environment influence the child development. Belsky model, on the other hand, explain how parenting is affected by parents' personality, support systems, and also characteristics. And the other two theories, social learning theories and family system theory, also help us to understand about different factors that could influence parenting. And then, based on past studies, we actually come into a conclusion that at least there are 5 elements of effective parenting. What are those? Number 1, we are talking about how mindful a parent, okay, to use parents towards the need of their children, especially from the stage of infancy to adolescence. And then we talk about the quality time that we provide for our children. Quality time here, meaning you interact, you communicate with them when you are with them. It is not that you are there, but you are scrolling your phone. Sounds familiar, right? Okay. So we want to be there, even though in a short period of time, like 30 minutes in a day, but they feel our presence. And then children, sufficient provision of parental, physical, and also verbal warmth. We love to hug them, okay? That is not sufficient. We have to provide verbal warmth by saying, I love you, Anna. I really miss you today. What are you doing today at school? Even though I am not around, but I'm always thinking about you. So that kind of verbal warmth gives them secure feeling that the parents always there for them. Parents should also teach the child specific skills and attributes that they need to succeed. For example, like when they are facing a challenge in their life, parents is not around. They have to know how to cope with the issues. And finally, we also found that based on research, parents' strong sense of spirituality really can help children to perform better and to get better outcome in future, especially in terms of mental health. So, understanding children's need by age group is very, very important. For example, during infancy, if you still remember, Piaget cognitive development theory, sensory, stimulation, attachment is very important during this stage. And then children require encouragement, monitoring, emotional regulation, and value-based guidance. While adolescents, on the other hand, they need independence, identity development support, open communication, and respect. And parenting across child and adolescence development, I also categorize into different stages: early childhood, middle childhood, and adolescence, where I just emphasize that secure attachment builds emotional regulation, while middle childhood, supportive parenting promotes self-confidence and peer relationship. And finally, for adolescent stage, communication, trust, and autonomy are very important in order to avoid them from having mental health issues in future. And then we're going to talk about parenting nowadays. As a parent, as a mother, from the perspective of mother, I think parenting nowadays is very complex. And when I see this through the lens of a researcher and an educator,
I still see the same. We are still finding the best way, the best practice in helping parents to deal with the issues and challenges related to parenting to make sure they can support their child development. So parenting today is actually in a fast pace. We are living in the digital world. Love alone is not enough. Awareness, balance, and mental health literacy are very essential at this point. And now we're going to talk about mental health among children and adolescents in Malaysia. So I'm here today is to share with you from the perspective of Malaysian, and I want to also share with you what happened in Malaysia currently. So in Malaysia, mental health is a growing concern among the government, the researcher, the educator, and the community. And it is influenced by many social and environmental factors, and parenting is at the center of it. Let's see the statistics that I provide from the National Health Morbidity Survey 2023, which will be presented in the next slide. Okay, so for your information, every 4 years in Malaysia, we are going to conduct a survey which involves everyone in Malaysia, where we call it as National Health and Morbidity Survey. So the latest is during 2003, we conduct a health morbidity survey. This is conducted by the government, okay, to get the statistics related to a certain aspect, which mental health is one of it. And based on the information, based on the statistic, about 4.6% of people in Malaysia, especially those who age 16 years below, are actually having depression. It's quite worrying. Okay, and then the number of people with depression has doubled from 2019 to 2023. And another information, about half of them have thought about hurting themselves or being better off dead. So this is the statistic from National Health Morbidity Survey in Malaysia, and followed by the other information in the next slide. Okay. So based on this graph, you can see that people from younger age groups are more likely to be affected because they are vulnerable. They are exposed to many risk factors, and they need us, researcher, educator, and practitioner, and in fact parents, to help them to exit from this situation. And 1 in 6 children in Malaysia actually experience mental health problems. The burden of mental health problems among children has doubled since 2019. And you can also see there are actually other problems related to the mental health problem, which is peer problems, conduct problems, emotional problems, and hyperactive problems. So about 46 of the children have peer problem, which they find it very difficult to play with other kids. In other words, they finding it is very difficult for them to socialize with their peer, and they have no good friends. Sometimes they are bullied by children, and they are not likely by other children, and they cannot get along better with adults. there are several protective factors that we found actually can contribute to the child and adolescent development. For example, like peer support, parental or guidance supervision, parental and guardian connectedness, parental and guardian bonding, and also respect from the parent and guardian. However, if you see closely the statistic, you may compare the result from National Health Mobility Survey on the 2012 to 2017 and 2022. Actually, there is a significant decrease of parent and guardian connectedness across the year, as well as meaning that year by year, parents provide less attachment. They have actually connected less with the children. So parenting practices and styles have a significant impact on adolescents' achievement, which in turn affects behavior into adulthood. When there is a significant decrease of this element, can you imagine what happened in future? How to sustain a positive mental health without this element? This question, I would like you to think about it. We're not going to answer it today, but let's think about it together. Okay, in the next slide. Okay. Even though we just now we have seen all the statistics, okay, and then parental protective factors, which were parent or guardian supervision, connectedness, and bonding, showed a decreasing trend. And this is quite worrisome because parents or guardian actually a strong protective factor. They need to provide a secure base in order to support their child and adolescent's development. And therefore, comprehensive intervention policies or program must be further designed to address and to tackle this issue. Through this survey, there is a suggestion by the researcher. There is a need to improve the national school curriculum, in which through the survey, they suggested that in the curriculum, it is very important for us to teach the children life skills. For example, like effective coping strategies as part of program Minda Sehat. If you not familiar with this program Minda Sehat term, it is actually a module. In the next slide, you can see a module that is developed by our government to encourage everyone to have positive mental health. However, year by year, we find that there are something need to be improved in the module. And through the National Health Mobility Survey, we found out what is the elements to be improved in the module. Okay. It is actually available online. If you want to have a look, you may search the name of the module, but I'm so sorry because it is written in Bahasa Melayu. But nowadays we have ChatGPT, right? Just include in the ChatGPT and then you can get the translation. Okay. And the parent-child relationship significantly predict mental health outcomes, in which poor monitoring, harsh or disconnection can lead to emotional issues, while maternal parenting still become the most significant factors that has significant influence on the child development. And this is where we're going to talk about how parenting links directly to the key SDGs, which are SDG 3, SDG 4, and also SDG 16. Health, education, and peace. It is a pathway to achieving long-term well-being. Let's see each one of them. Through SDG 3, good health and well-being, the goal is to ensure healthy life and promote well-being for all at all ages. So, how parenting can contribute to this? Based on the model and based on research findings, warm, responsive parenting reduces mental health issues. Secure attachment in the early years will provide lifelong emotional health. And finally, early parental nurturing is preventive mental health care. And next, in the next slide, SDG 4, quality of education. All right. The goal is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning. As we all know that parenting contributes in many ways. So how parenting can contribute in this aspect? We have to produce an emotionally stable children in order for us to make sure that they can go through their future stably. And then positive home environments build attention and motivation, make them ready to go to school, in which engage parents, support literacy, curiosity, and school success. And next, in the SDG 16, in the next slide, peace, justice, and strong institution. The goal is to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable futures. So how parenting can contribute? Number one, through the model of empathy. And then children will learn peace and violence first at home through what been modeled by the parents. Through social learning theory, we can understand this perspective. And then supportive parenting lower the risk of future social conflict. And finally, peace begins at home, so does mental health wellness. And then in the next slide, I should be quick, right? Doctor, I have how many more minutes? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Oh, okay. 10 more minutes. All right. Okay. So therefore, parenting is an upstream investment. It is actually an investment where we start early to see the outcome in future. And then in the next slide, okay, we have proven strategies through parenting education, screening, community support, and digital tools, but we must ensure they are accessible and inclusive. And I would like to share you few solutions that we have in the next slide. Okay, at the national level, our government have Sambutan November Bulan Keluarga. We actually have family months, which is November is our family months in Malaysia. So we will do many activities to encourage the family to do the activity together to strengthen their relationship. And then in the next slide, as a researcher, sorry, the quality of the picture is not really high. Maybe I should change my phone. It's too blur, right? Okay. So as a researcher, we conduct research and we also approach the community. This is one of the example where we approach family in the one of the area to educate them on what is the best practice for them to build a good relationship with their children. And then in the next stage, in the next slide, sorry. Okay, this is one of the innovation that my team and I has worked on, where we produce a kit in order to help the children to manage their emotion. Okay, so we provided activities, we provided tools for them to learn about emotion so that they aware about how they feel on that particular day and how to cope with that situation. And in the next slide. Okay, so I'm sharing with you, this is just a prototype where I developed an app on Minda Anakku. So this one, I include the element of parenting where I educate parents on what they can do in order to help their children to have better mental health. So I won a medal through this application. And then in the next slide. So while literacy improves, while we are promoting and introducing many solutions to the issues, there are still limitations where when we provide a program on awareness, stigma still remain. We cannot control on that. Okay, we cannot control on stigma, but the suggestion will be next later. And then when we introduce digital programs, sometimes it works, but sometimes it doesn't work when we introduce to underserved community. For example, like those who live in the rural area or outskirts, because the internet connection is very low, therefore they cannot have access to the application. And finally, when we develop a module and intervention, it is very important to also include in the parent's voice. We cannot simply do based on our understanding and our perspective, but we need to get their perspective, the parents' perspectives especially, and also taking into consideration the cultural aspect as well. And then in the next slide. So what can we do to reduce stigma among parents? We have to normalize emotion talk at home. And then in the next slide. In terms of how can we reach underserved family, we can use different community platforms. If we cannot provide apps for them, maybe we can deliver the information through other platform. For example, like we have schools, we have clinics, surau. I'm not sure whether it's the same or not. If you're familiar with musalla, okay, sometimes we have the head of musalla where we can also collaborate with them, and also community center. And we may also use we may also deliver program in bite-sized format. Sometimes we use TikTok, we use WhatsApp to deliver the information. And finally, we maybe can provide content in multiple languages and consider low data format for limited internet area. Because in Malaysia, we have diverse ethnic, Malay, Chinese, Indian, and then Aborigines. So we have to take into consideration them as well. And then in the next slide. Okay. So how to make parenting program inclusive and user-friendly? We co-design the program with parents, which we have to remember, no one size fits all, inclusion matters. Okay. And then in the next slide, okay. I'm going to talk a bit. I know that I'm running out of time. So I'm going to talk a bit about my research findings. While we always focus on mother, we sometimes forgot about fathers, the contribution of fathers in the child and adolescent development. So my study findings highlight on the contribution of fathers, which in the next slide, I simplify the information. Could you please help me to go to the next slide, please? So the first study, I focus on the father's parenting behavior, where I include monitoring warm, harsh discipline, and also there's another one, indigenous parenting. Indigenous parenting is where we include parenting element related to our religion. Okay, for example, like teaching them about Allah, teaching them about about to love the family members and so on. So based on the findings, we found that positive parenting behavior create positive contacts in lead to positive mental health. And the finding also shed light on the indirect path through which father parenting behavior may influence adolescents through self-esteem. And one of the interesting findings is actually we found that female actually need more warm and more indigenous parenting from their father, as well as less harsh discipline for them to have better psychological health. While for male, they only need less harsh discipline from the fathers in order to show better psychological health. And then in the next slide. Okay, all right. Maybe I will just simplify this. I also conducted another study on father attachment. Okay, father attachment for this one, okay, secure attachment of course play a very significant role. And then cognitive schema mediate the relationship between the father attachment and depressive symptoms. And finally, we also found that female need more secure attachment, more approachability attachment, and less cognitive schema in order to prevent them from having depressive symptoms. While for male, they need less anxious, fearful attachment, meaning that their father need to always tell them that I love you. Because fathers sometimes they feel a little bit shy to tell the children that I love you. Okay, so it is a must actually. And then less negative life events will reduce the depressive symptoms of the male adolescents. And then in the next slide, please. So finally, what can we do to promote better mental health among children and adolescents? We encourage balanced parenting. We need to strengthen parent-child relationship. We, as educator and researcher, maybe psychology student, we have to support parents with education and resources. And finally, act early through health checkup and mental health support, where this is need to be done. We can do this while making parents aware about mental health of their children and also adolescents. Okay, and then in the next slide, please. All right, finally, conclusion, yeah. So to conclude, when we uplift parents, we actually nurture mental health of the next generation. Parenting is not an option. It is not an option. When you get married, you become a parent, you have no choice. Ibu Rizka smiled at me because we both parents of two, and then we have no option. After today, when I return to Malaysia, I have to continue become a mother. Today, I can enjoy for a while, but still thinking of my children. And we all, educators, students, maybe policymakers, practitioners, all of us must play a part in supporting families and parents for us to promote better future through parenting and order to help children, our children to to help the child and adolescent to have better mental health. And finally, there is no sustainable future without mentally healthy children, and there are no mentally healthy children without supported parents. With that, I end my speech. Thank you very much. Yeah, parenting.
Anything about analysis parenting is so measures to us. And how you complete the opinion.
Inshallah. Inshallah. Amin. Oh, switch mic.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, can
Yes.
sit down now.
Okay. Yes. Urgency of the parenting on mental health. The first early foundation of emotion and behavior regulation, and the second protection against risk of psychopathology. The third is self-esteem and resilience, and the fourth early intervention to prevent mental disorder. Okay. We have entered 15 minutes to discuss and Q&A session. If you would like to ask a question, please activate the microphone or type it in the chat box in Zoom. I will get the discussion. Yes. Any question for participant? Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Thank you for your time and thank you for the opportunity. First, is Jogita Muskaya Kasarani, second Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Negeri Malang. Okay. I asked about nowadays there are parents who are single mothers or single fathers who do not even expect to become single parents. And I feel that this is increasingly common right now. And like, what should be done to ensure that children can grow well and feels both ways, and especially for the comfort of the children's gender. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Jiggy.
Jenny from State University of Malang.
Malang. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Amira? Jenny. No problem. So sorry, Mr. Amira. Switching mic.
Okay, thank you, Jenny, for the question. So, like Jenny said, nowadays we have transition in terms of the family structure, the rise of single parent family. It is undeniable. And at this point, from my perspective, I think it is very important to empower the parents first, either the father or mother, okay, to make them see their position positively. Even though they have no one, they have no spouse, but they can do everything by themselves. And then another one is it is very important to get family support, family member support. Okay. For example, like maybe parents, siblings, not only to support the father or mother, the single father or mother,
Yes.
but also to support the children. Okay. Sometimes in the family members, they have uncle or maybe they have aunt. So the uncle and aunt, for example, like maybe the family is a single parent family, only the mother in the family. So the uncle maybe can play role as a father figure to show that even though he is not a real father, but the love can also be transferred to the child or to the children. And then another question. What was it?
What? Jenny? Gender.
Gender. About gender.
About gender,
Yeah.
yes.
Gender. What was the question?
What's his question again?
Because I mean, right now, like a mother, if the mother has a son, I think the son will doesn't feel the father's role and its impact to his gender. I think I want to ask about the comfort gender of his son, her son. Yeah.
You mean like about showing love to different children, different gender?
Yeah.
Like the father to the son.
Yes.
And then,
So there is no gender bias, like they tend to become a woman, like transgender or something like that. Yeah.
okay. For this one, all right. For modern parents, I think most of the time should be no problem because we now exposed to media social, and then we sometimes being educated through media social. For example, like we shouldn't have bias on our children, even though he is a boy or she is a girl. But I think it should start from the very beginning, which when you become a parent, you should be aware that you are a parent to the children, not to the children based on gender. So we have to always find knowledge on how to improve our parenting style. That's what I can say. However, it may be a little bit difficult to change parents who have different paradigm. Like for example, maybe when parent the son, they will treat differently. It's a little bit difficult, I guess. However, we as educator and researcher, we should continue to make them aware about this issue.
Okay. Okay, how about it? Okay, thank you, Dr. Amira. Any question again from participant in Zoom? Yeah, from Zoom, Dr. Amira. Yes, yeah. Okay. Maybe help us. Yes. langsung live to Zoom ya. Oke. Okay, very interesting. Any question to participant in Graduate? Yes, about question. So send in email amirayahya@um.edu.my. Yes, okay. Okay, from the Zoom. Okay, from the Zoom, Dr. Amira, there are question.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me opportunity to ask a question. I have a question. First of all, it's Muhammad Kamar from Universitas Negeri Malang. Actually, I see there are many parents learning positive parenting and their children are active, confident. But why are so many children today showing rude or disruptive behavior even when their parents are actively learning and applying modern parenting techniques? Does this suggest that something deeper is being overlooked in the way we understand children's emotional and social development? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Amira is clearly. Dr. Amira is not clearly about question.
Not
Yes,
really
repeat
clear
again.
to me,
Yes.
but can someone please repeat the question of the maybe secretariat can help me to repeat
Yes.
the question?
Okay.
Because
Can write
it's not
in
quite
Zoom
to me
chat.
towards the end.
Yes. Maybe the question can write in chat box in the Zoom. Okay. Yes, parenting patterns that support basic psychological needs satisfaction, yeah, about autonomy, competence, and relatedness according to self-determination theory, Dr. Amira. So, Bourbon theory, social theory, and one of theory, self-determination theory by Deci and Ryan. It's very good to explore parenting and satisfaction of need to children. It's very good. Okay. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Sudah Dr. Amira? Yes.
Okay, the question is, thanks Muhammad Kamar for asking. I see there are many parents learning positive parenting and their children are active, confident, but why so many children today show rude or disruptive behavior even when their parents are actively learning and applying modern parenting? Does this suggest that something deeper is being overlooked in the understand emotional, social development?
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. This question. This is something, this question I discussed with my student in my class. Okay. Okay. Everyone here, do you like vitamin? Yeah, vitamin is if you eat five, for example, you take one pill a day, but you feel like it is very good to take more than one. What happened to yourself? Overdose, right? Okay. Let's to this concept. Okay, gentle parenting, positive parenting, very good. It's undeniable. Know how to control. Yeah, we have to know the boundary. Which point that you can say no to your children? Which point that you don't have to say no? For example, like giving reward, right?
Giving rewards.
Okay, every time they do something good, you will give reward. Okay, but if you always provide them reward, what will they feel? They do something because they want reward.
Yes.
There is no control in terms of how much reward will you give. So when the reward will be given, and then when you're supposed to not reward them. Okay. I think it is more on like permissive parenting.
Permissive parenting.
Yes. Permissive
Like the same
parenting.
democratic parenting?
Yeah.
Like the same to democratic parenting?
Democratic parenting. Democratic parenting, well, permissive is on the negative continuum, right?
Negative, yes.
Where you become very lenient, but at the end of the day, you have no specific rule. So your child do not know how to control themselves and how to regulate themselves.
Yes.
For example, like you can say, oh, you can climb up on the table, you can climb up on home. Okay, but you don't never tell them that you cannot climb up the chair and table when you are in a big ceremony. So they do the same because the parent doesn't control them.
Yes.
Doesn't let them know what is the rules and regulation.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Amra. Yes, from Philippines? Yes. Diraga.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I get the answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. No sound. Thank you, sir. No sound. Can you?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Sir, I would like to ask, this is a perspective from the Philippines also. I'm Madam Jean from the Philippines. I'm really interested.
Madam Jean from Philippines, yes.
I'm very much interested with your study. This is about parenting. I would like to ask, what can you say about a family whose whose father is dominant, then the mother is submissive? And how could we promote to children the fairness in parenting?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Amira. Any statement? Yes.
All right. Okay, that is quite challenging for me to answer. When the father is dominant, we cannot only observe on how the father parent the children, but maybe we can also see on the other aspect as well. If being dominant doesn't torture the mother, that's okay. All right, because in Islam, we always need to obey our husband. Okay, but at one point, if maybe the instruction is bringing us to the negative side, so we have to maybe discuss on how to not follow the instruction. Okay, but in that situation, I'm taking it very carefully. I think communication between the parents is very important. Okay, effective communication is really important because I am a mother. Okay, before I get married, even when I get married, my husband and I, we have discussion like, what is your paradigm in parenting? What is my paradigm in parenting? We come from different families where my husband is quite traditional. My parents also traditional, but we maybe a little bit flexible. Okay. However, we communicate and we come into a conclusion that, all right, I respect your way of parenting. You respect my way of parenting. And finally, we come up with our own way of parenting. So that's how it works so far. And I hope I answer your question, Madam Chin.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Amira. Yes, Madam G.
Maybe Madam Chin also wanted to share your experience.
Yes.
Okay, this is really I would just would like to follow up. What about in your school? Do you really have a regular parenting session with your parents during enrollment maybe, or before and then after at the end of the semester? That's what we did, so that parents would really be aware the important role in guiding their children. Because we cannot even suggest that this is what you're going to do. Because they have their own unique family and they shared unique practices. So therefore, we give parenting session before we start the semester and then at the end of the semester. And we try to gather the data, how far they have gone through and the experiences, so that we would be able to put some psychosocial interventions. That's what we did in the Philippines.
Yes, thank you, Madam G. Yes. Dr. Amira?
Thank
Yes.
you so much, Madam Jin, for sharing. I think that is really wonderful because at the university level, I think we have less contact with the parents. Most of the time, we only see the students, but very difficult for us to see the parents. Okay, but at the primary school, secondary school, and preschool, we always have a meeting with the parents. Like 6 months, every 6 months. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you,
Madam
Dr.
Jin.
Amira. Madam G, any question from the Zoom? Yes. One second, satu lagi. One question from Zoom participant. Yes.
So we have a question from our online participants from YouTube. It's from Rafael Dolok Saribu. Hello, I'm Rafael, a psychology student from Universitas Negeri Malang. May I ask, is there any connection between parenting and religious trauma in children? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Amira, the last question. Yeah. Between, again.
Is there
Religious trauma.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Last question, yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. I should expect this kind of question. Okay. Even though okay, I should declare here I'm an early career researcher. There are many factors that I haven't actually explored.
Yes.
Okay. I never explore on them religious trauma, but I believe that factors maybe have influence because previously when we talk about the religion, talking about culture, there should be, even though it's not a strong connection, there should be a minimal influence on it. Whether
Yes.
it is significant or not, that should be explored further.
Yes.
So I can't make a conclusion here because that is beyond my expertise. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Amira. Thank you for the active participation, all participants in Rectorate and Zoom. And of course, our highest appreciation goes to Dr. Amira for her valuable scientific contribution. Give applause to Dr. Amira. Thank you, Dr. Amira. Can back the to the class. Okay. Now we move on to the next session with the second keynote speaker from State University of Malang, Mrs. Ninik Stewati, SPC, MPC, PhD. Go to here. Yeah. Okay, Ms. Ninik, senior lecturer and head of the Department of Psychology, Faculty of Psychology, State University of Malang. She completed her doctoral program in industrial and organizational psychology and studied educational management, educational planning and policy, educational leadership, and local culture in organization. In addition, she also has experts in psychological measurement and statistics, and she is an active research person in various academic forum and educational policy development in Indonesia. With great respect, let's welcome Mrs. Ninik Stewati, PhD. We welcome you to the 40-minute presentation.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
At the first presentation from Dr. Amira is from family perspective, from the base of parenting. This is the baseline of our life, of course. But now I want to preaching the research about the how formal education become a positive environment and also have an influence in our life, especially in higher education or I mean university. So today I would like to present about the digital leadership as a bridge, mediating the impact of leader communication on lecture performance and workplace behavior in higher education. Why I'm spotlight about the leader communication in relationship to performance, because nowadays performance of lecture is more likely become rapid. Everyone know that lecture is always have many things to do. Actually, in Indonesia, Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, we should know about how to publish journal and a hour of teaching and also report of social responsibility. So many things to do. And in the global crisis commonly called pandemic, I think I want to emphasize about the aftermath of the pandemic. There is notable shift in approach to educational research. Higher education institution must prioritize assurance of student learning outcome and the maintenance of education quality standard. Of course, the standard of the lecture must be increased. And then after this, in order to enhance student access to high quality curriculum and ensure a preparedness of stakeholder in higher education institution, is imperative to adequately preparing the established of digital learning. I think digital learning and also the standard of quality environment. Numerous scholarly investigation have been conducted on post-pandemic performance, leader and also lecturer, emphasize on obstacle encouraged by distinct individual industry professional performance after pandemic. So, university performance in modern area. Next slide, please. Okay, my focusing on this presentation is about the examine a complex relationship between leader communication, digital leadership to enhance the performance of lecturer in higher education in Indonesia. Next. Okay. University performance, why behavioral measurement is more relevant? I think not just more relevant, I think should be balancing with measurement of behavior performance. Why? I think in Indonesia, Malaysia, and also in Philippines, lecture must do the KPA, something that's stressful, right? The KPA is so hard because they also need to publish and also teaching, something like that. But traditional KPA fail to capture how work is done. So I would like to capturing the Kaufman model using a three-dimensional of performance. Next, please. Okay. I want to redefine the lecturer performance metric from the KPA to behavioral. First, because of behavioral is recognize both formal and informal contribution. Lecturer may publish less but greatly aid department cohesion. Identify hidden productivity drain in counterproductive work behavior with effect on team morale. Next, please. Okay, so the behavioral measurement is about task performance, contextual performance, and reducing counterproductive work behavior. before we asking about the outcome, a lecturer should be understand about the positive behavior to reach the outcome. Task performance is ability or capability to perform the main tasks of job, including quality, quantity, and knowledge of work. Contextual performance is about extra rule behavior and action and that support the organizational, social, and tasks outside work, initiative, voluntary behavior. And the last is about counterproductive work behavior, action that hinder the productivity, such as procrastination, resistance to additional responsibility, or maybe disengagement. Next. Okay. I think it's next because I already present. Next. Okay. From task performance, we know about the core job of a lecturer. So the contextual performance is beyond formal duties. Contextual performance is consists of voluntary behavior and extra rule effort. If a lecturer just focusing on how to publish a journal, how to maintain hours of teaching, maybe they forget about how to be a good person, forget to be how to be meaningful lecturer in their daily life. Key component of contextual performance is something not non-specific tasks, helping college, sharing resource, discussion in good condition, not just always I have rushing on output that I want to conduct research or something like that. The second keyword is organizational citizenship behavior, volunteering for community, mentoring junior staff. I think today in the culture of mentoring junior, culture of helping each other sometimes is decreased because we all have a subjective or individual KPI and thinking that if our individual KPI cannot be reached, we finally get failed because KPI is important for us, effect to our incentive and anything. It's so all about the salary, I think. And the third key component of contextual performance is initiative and proactivity, proposing improvement and fostering collaboration. Today, collaboration and also processing improvement is just about the outcome. Anything is about how to publish the journal, how we collaborate, and then we have a scopus publication. It's not about the how to collaboration itself. The collaboration means if you have knowledge, we share the knowledge together. Whether it's published or not, whether the article that we done together is published in Scopus or not, actually, lecturer should be happy to reach the collaboration like that. Next. Okay. The third performance is about decreasing counterproductive work behavior, or we can call it a harmful action. The definition from the Kaufman counterproductive work behavior is intentional behavior that harm or undermine organizational well-being, including absenteeism and etc. Obstacle abuse. So I would like to explain the key component. The key component of counterproductive work behavior in university and higher education for globally complain about the small problem at work, tend to blow the thing out of proportion at work, tend to see a negative side at work rather than a positive side, talk about negative thing at the work with coworker. In Indonesian language, we say that it's about the negative gossip. Talk about negative thing at work with people outside the organization. So the next slide, please. Next. Okay. In English speaking, bite the hand that you feed. In Indonesian, we say meludah di sumur sendiri. It's mean you are working there, you have salary from there, but you talk about a negative thing because of the organization maybe not make you satisfied because the organization make you depressed or in stress situation. Next. Okay, so why the three component about task performance, contextual performance, and reducing counterproductive work behavior is matter. At the first, I just little bit say about that. That KPA traditional is capturing only the outcome, quantitative outcome. Sometimes people forget about the meaningful of work. So because of everything is count by the journal publication in Scopus or reporting something in a journal Sinta in Indonesia also. So they forget how to work positively. Okay, next. Okay, so why leader communication is important? And the communication practice of the leader has transformed in talk history. Digital media has significant role in facilitating transformative outcome and emphasize both advantage and also disadvantage event. The fundamental component of organization processing are prominent include in our daily operation. One advantage of digital media now is ability to overcome spatial temporal limitation in several domains of life and within organizational communication. But we know that there is something disadvantage, especially in working situation. An excessive reliance on digital communication in workplace can have a detrimental effects such as promoting individualistic behavior, facilitating the spread of slanderous remarks and anti-social views. Lecture in university maybe become so individual because they want to achieve their own target rather than collaboration. So this is the rule of leader, the communication of leader to make the negative situation is not become bigger. Okay, leader with the limited communication fail to articulate the rationale behind the decision or action effectively. In transformative leadership, leader must communicate and disseminate their vision effectively. In efficacy of innovation inside an organization is intimately linked to the cohesive working group and that share a common vision. The lack of clarity communication through direct interaction, meeting or chat with utilization of social media platform can lead to confusion among the followers. In that situation is confusion of the lecturer. And after the confusion happen, is make the behavior maybe become so negative. Okay, next. Okay, so leader communication with the theoretical framework before is a key predictor of task, contextual, and counterproductive work behavior. Next. Okay. In my recent studies, I define the leader communication is a strategic process that integrate knowledge, goal orientation messaging, mastery of verbal and non-verbal delivery, active engagement in the dialogue, clear, impactful exchange, systematically minimize ambiguity, allow mutual understanding, cultivate transparent interaction. It enable leaders to inspire trust, drive collaboration, achieve organizational objective effectively. Next. So, how we measure about the leadership communication in nowadays? Well, with the theory of the leadership, leader communication, there is a 6 behavior that we finally become measurement tools to know about how effective leader communication. First is leader or supervisor is sensitive of need to others. The second is supervisor is seem to like devoting his next. Okay, no. Back. Okay. Content with the way communication with the supervisor is going, share understanding how would like to achieve goal, and speak openly with each other. So leader speak openly. There is no secret in a goal setting organization, especially when problem arise. Leader and follower talk each other even more intensively in order to solve the problem. So this is the operational definition of leader communication. Next. Okay. Leader communication or leadership communication is performance driver. The way leader communicate, whether through empathy, time investment, clarity, openness, or collaborative problem solving, play a pivotal role in shaping task performance, contextual performance, and reducing counterproductive work behavior. Because of the operational definition of the leadership before, if a leader have a good communication by clarifying the expectation of the follower, it's mean a lecturer will be increasing the task performance. And the second, if leader can fostering a goodwill and initiative, it will increase a contextual performance. And the next, if leader preventing the frustration and disengagement, and they are engaged with the team of the follower, will be reducing the counterproductive work behavior. So the university and organization aim to improve the performance. So train leader in relational communication. It means the communication like I explained before in operational definition, with but in supportive, clear, and trustworthy. Next. Okay. The flow about the integrating leader communication, and digital leadership. Okay. In a recent study says that leader communication impact to performance actually is not consistent. Some of the research says that communication is just communication. The one who talk with a high motivation, high vision is not always related with the improvement of lecturer or followers increasing their performance. So there is another variables maybe can explain more about how communication leadership become effective to increase lecturer performance. The variable is digital leadership. Next. Okay, the digital leadership here is a catalyst. Digital leadership component is include a traditional communication. So the include of traditional communication that I explained before, but by emphasizing in innovation and support in digital era. There is two dimension of digital leadership nowadays. First is innovation, and the second is supportive. So the innovation, key component of innovation digital leadership is visionary innovation, agile team coordination, teach fluently, and proactivity. technology fluently. I mean, technology fluently is not mean that leader must be expert in maybe data analysis, social network analysis, or big data analysis. It's not like that. But the vision of digital transformation, understanding that they should also learn about the modern technology is important to the leaders. The second dimension is supportive. The key component of supportive leadership is psychological safety, role modeling, and well-being focus. Yes, we know that our KPI is so high. We should achieve more, but we should balancing our life from working as a lecturer with a KPA that may be confusing and stressful to well-being focus and become more meaningful. Next. Okay, so the key behavior of digital leadership in innovation dimension is innovative vision, ability to build and coordinative team quickly. If everything should done with teamwork, the leader should understand they stimulate to be a team working behavior, not individual behavior. The third is has up-to-date knowledge and skill about digital technology and digital transformation. Leader cannot be traditional minded. They should be modern minded and understanding about the new technology development right here and right now. And the next is proactively in digital transformation process in the organization. If there is a new modern technology, modern website that should learn, leaders should understand at the first and stimulate others, stimulate followers to learn together with them. Balancing new and existing business area, modern trend and past traditional, innovation and integration. In Indonesia, especially in PTNBH, lecture should be included in income generated of university. It's okay, I think, because in the modern era, balancing about the core competence as educational organization and something that need to money or seller need to money, I think it should be balancing. The last is find a way to attract new digital talent to organization. Okay, the second dimension next. Second dimension is supportive. Leaders should encourage employee when encouraging difficult in digital transformation processing. The proactive behavior of a leader. If a lecturer or the followers have difficulty to transform themselves from something traditional to something modern, it must be initiated by leaders. Act as a guide and role model for those who work in digital transformation. Maybe it's hard because leaders should know anything more than others, learn more than others, understanding more than others. But this is the consequences of the leaders. Leaders should know anything because if leader don't know anything to do, how the follower can follow? Focusing on employee well-being during the digital transformation. Because of digital transformation is now growing rapidly, sometimes people working just like a horse. People do working at home, especially out of the hours, doing typing a report or something like that. If a leader just make it something like that without understanding about the well-being, I think, and the happiness of the follower will decrease and become stressful. Next. Okay, so the analysis of the research that I've done in 2024 is about combine the leader-member exchange and organizational ambidexterity. Leader-member exchange focusing on quality of leader-faculty relation impact the performance. If leader and follower have communication in harmony, speak each other's, understanding each other's, it will stimulate a positive behavior of followers. So key mechanism is trust and commitment. Will through open communication. Also have a limitation. Is sufficient alone for technology-driven academic environment. So because of the limitation, digital leadership is to be a catalyst. And the second theory is organizational ambidexterity, focusing on balancing innovation, exploration, and stability or exploitation. I want to present little bit about the organizational ambidexterity. Organizational ambidexterity is mean if you have an organization with the core business, you should adaptive with the new situation. Maybe you should develop a new business. I can make an example maybe from Gojek, from transportation business to food and beverage business and shipping business, something like that. So university actually is okay to balancing the situation as the strategy to survive. Okay, next. Okay, so this is my framework of the research from leader communication perspective of the followers. So if the follower perceive their leader doing the effective communication, it will be increasing the perception of the digital leadership competence of the leader. So the follower perceive their leader more doing something skillful in digital leadership and stimulate the positive behavior. The positive behavior in that case is work performance. Work performance in that situation is behavioral performance, not about KPI. Next. Okay, the research method is using quantitative analysis, 350 respondents using incidental sampling with the 3 scale that I adapt with a beaten analysis, leader communication, digital leadership, and lecturer work performance using the tools of Linda Kaufman's performance questionnaire, which has been translated by Indonesian researcher Widyawati and Hidayat. Next. So this is the result of my studies. The fit model, and the model is fit in statistical structural equation modeling. Next. Okay, this is the statistical output. I will explain next. Okay, next. Okay, I would like to explain again about the basic of the discussion because I'm using the LMX theory and also organizational ambidexterity. So I would like to explain with that theory also. The theory emphasizes that high-quality leader-member relationship built through effective communication, fostering trust and commitment, leading to better performance. But in my research, actually, communication itself cannot increase the performance. Just talk of the leader cannot increase the performance. So the predict that communication directly influence contextual performance, task performance, and reducing counterproductive work behavior actually is not happen in my studies. Organizational ambidexterity highlight the need to balance exploration, innovation, and exploitation effectively. Suggest that digital leadership enable to balancing by supporting adaptive behavior, technology-driven teaching method while maintaining operating stability. And in my studies is significantly related. So the digital leadership play important role as a mediator between leader communication to increase performance of lecturer. Next. Okay, this is the statistical analysis. At the first, I says that communication is not effect to contextual performance. So because communication just puts something like a harmonious relationship, actually it's not something that can stimulate positive behavior to increase performance. Communication also not significant to decrease or reduce counterproductive work behavior. Poor communication can trigger counterproductive work behavior, but in my recent study, it's not approved. So because maybe there is something variable, another variable, not only about the communication of leader can reducing counterproductive work behavior. So leader cannot just talk. Okay. Communication also not related, not impacted to task performance because a task performance is something related with the core job. The core job is something like behavior with the outcome, with the quantity, with the processing to achieve more. With the communication of leader, it's not impactful. Next. Okay, so the mediation is significant. Communication, if a poor communication or maybe bad communication, if the follower perceive their leader have a digital leadership competence, it will be increasing the performance, contextual performance, and also decreasing the counterproductive work behavior. Next. Okay, from the total effects is it is a fully mediation between leader communication to digital leadership, increasing the performance of lecturer. If leader communication itself cannot stimulate a positive behavior to increase performance, but with the perception of digital leadership can increase contextual performance and decreasing the decreasing counterproductive work behavior. This is strongly significant. Next. Okay, in the perspective of theory, I still have a time. Okay, yeah? Okay. Yeah, the theory explain the higher quality leader-member exchange, build communication with trust and commitment, doesn't guarantee extra rule behavior, but digital leadership bridge the gap by providing the tool, by understanding that technology and digital transformation is important, and leader know about the situation, asking others, asking the follower to learn together. And after the situation become conducive, lecturer or followers in this situation increasing their performance. Next. Okay, from the perspective on ambidexterity perspective, contextual performance require exploration, innovation, and adaptability, which depend on digital transformation of the leadership. If leader don't have any vision of digital transformation, the communication itself cannot be stimulated. Next. Okay, communication, digital leadership play important role in relationship between leader communication and reducing counterproductive work behavior. Poor communication can fuel counterproductive work behavior, but digital leadership mitigate this by transparency, inclusivity, clear vision, and understanding about digital workflow, automatic tracking. I mean, the human resource system with the good standard operating procedure is one of the key to mitigate and reduce counterproductive work behavior, because ambiguity sometimes stimulate a bad behavior, not because the lecturer or followers intend to do something bad, but because of the confusion. Next. Okay, from the perspective or on ambidexterity perspective, counterproductive work behavior often stem from rigid exploitation, micromanagement. If leader always go to the teamwork, asking anything, and then they are just like feeling like dominated by leader, the situation is not good. Digital leadership introduced a flexible exploration, remote work option, balancing the control and also autonomy. If a leader is so dominant in the teamwork, the initiative and also innovation from the follower will be reduced. Next. Okay, why task performance is not mediated by digital leadership? It's so, I think it's not something new, because task performance is rely on routine efficiency. I think rule task leadership, the task performance is rule clarity, not communication. It's about technical skill to teach, technical skill to write a journal, technical skill to submit a publication in a Scopus. It's a technical skill. So communication itself cannot stimulate, because the task performance is something rule clarity and technical skill, just not a digital vision. Digital leadership focusing on exploration, which irrelevant with routine tasks like grading exam, something like that. Next. Okay. I think this is the two last my slide. Theoretical and practical implication. With a leader-member exchange theory, communication alone is not insufficient. Digital leadership amplify its impact on contextual behavior by strengthening trust and shared vision. And organizational ambidexterity. Digital leadership enable to exploration the contextual behavior, but not exploitation the task. So in organizational ambidexterity, the innovation is related to the contextual behavior, and the exploitation is related to the task behavior. As a letter require rigid structure, task performance is require a rigid structure. And the recommendation of the research is train leader in digital communication tools. Leaders should understand that digital transformation is a must today. We cannot run away. We should explore ourselves to know about the modern situation and address counterproductive work behavior through transparent digital policy, standard operating procedure, and improving task performance via role-specific training, not just communication. Next. So the conclusion from the studies refer that digital leadership fully mediated the link between communication and contextual performance, and also reducing counterproductive work behavior, but not task performance. While leader-member exchange explain the relationship, the relational foundation, ambidexterity clarify why digital tools drive innovation, but not routine efficiency. And the last is future research should explore a sector, a specific dynamic, because my study is so limited with the respondent on 350 lecture in university in Indonesia, especially in East Java. I cannot generalize in the conclusion of the study. Next. Okay, the practical suggestion, my last slide, for the contextual performance and reducing counterproductive work behavior. In digital leadership, leaders should understand about the digital transformation right now. And for the task performance, focusing on process optimization, not only just a communication.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's enough from me.
Yes, Miss Nick.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, Miss Nick. About digital leadership is mediate, full mediate is very important nowadays, and it is a catalyst that impact mental health. There is a connection between digital leadership and mental health. The first, digital leaders as a guardian of mental health team, and the second, empathizing and inclusive digital leadership. The third is authentic and adaptive leadership in digital crisis, and the fourth, digital leadership and healthy organizational culture. So it's very important nowadays. Thank you, Mrs. Nick, for such an and contextual presentation about digital leadership, mediate communication and contextual performance, and very thought-provoking for all of us. So we proceed to the question and answer session for 15 minutes in Rectorat and in Zoom. So, okay. Ibu Dr. Ika, silakan ya. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm asking a question as a part of the Faculty of Psychology leader, Budini. Your research finding is very interesting, but the most important thing is how to implement this finding, especially in our faculty. So I think we need your opinion about how to start to implement digital leadership in our faculty. Thank you very much.
Short question. Okay, this is Nick. There is a
Okay.
second? Yes, okay.
In the perspective of theory organizational ambidexterity, there is a balancing between innovation, explorations, and stuck to the core job or core values.
Yes.
So right here, right now, we should understand first, implement to ourselves that this is the time to us to change our perspective. So is this okay to run helping university
Yes.
have income generated?
Yes.
Because this is a must. Digital leadership, understanding the I think
Like this about
I think from university asked about the KPI.
KPA.
Yeah, yes, and then after that, sometimes we want to just don't want to do that because of I think this is not my job. This is not my concern. I want to be a lecturer is about a teaching, about research. But now it cannot be like that. The framework of our mind must be changed. We need balancing in organizational ambidexterity. We should balancing from the perspective of to be lecturer and to business also.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. It is very important and inspiring yeah, about your statement. Yeah, okay. Any question again from Directorate or Zoom? Online participant directly question about digital leadership. Nothing. Okay. Okay. In director participant directly. Yes. Yes.
Okay, first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Zefania Katabel from the Faculty of Psychology and State University of Malang. The question that I wanted to ask as a student myself, how can we play a role in supporting campus organizations to become more ambidextrous, balancing between maintaining existing systems and encouraging innovations in the university?
To encourage innovation in Faculty of Psychology, maybe. Repeat again your question.
How can we play a role in supporting campus organization to become more ambidextrous, balancing between maintaining existing systems and encouraging innovations?
Yes.
Is the supporting
Yes.
supporting from
Innovation, work life balance and innovation.
work and balance,
Work life balance and innovation to supporting. Yes.
work-life balance and innovation.
Yeah.
Yes, it's so quite challenging, I think. Work-life balance and innovation in the modern era, because sometimes if we uh, run to reach the innovation, our life is just like a horse, like our my presentation before. So how to balance? I think the university and faculty or department should understand about the standard operating procedure in everything. So if job description is maybe about consultation to student in hours, working hours, is cut off in working hours. But from the perspective of students should also understand about how to improve how to discuss with the lecturer, but not in working hours, maybe something like that. So we should know each others about the boundaries between working and also balancing of life. You can go to the concert, but if you go to campus discussing about the research, you can discuss with your lecturer intensively, and maybe doing something very good goal, achieving Scopus journal or something like that together. And it's so challenging, innovative. But if in the weekend, you should maybe sleep, go to the concert, cafe, that. I think the balancing practice is something like that lah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. From about explore work-life balance and innovation. Any question from participant in here or in the participant online? Nothing. Okay. Okay, Miss Ninik is very good today and inspiring about digital leadership, mediates, full mediates, yeah.
Fully mediated.
It's not partial mediation, yeah. Okay, it's good. In Scopus or mediation?
The second stage in Elsevier, still second stage.
Oh, still, okay, no problem. Okay, in closing the decision this morning, we can conclude that the integration of psychology and technology is an important foundation for building a sustainable future for mental health. And the second, both speakers have emphasized the importance of cross-national collaboration, interdisciplinary approach, and sensitivity to the culture and developmental context of children and educational organization. May this World Series inspire and open new horizon for our global research, practice, and collaboration going forward. I am Dr. Hanggara Budi Utomo, would like to thank all participants to their attention, participation, and enthusiasm. And the next session will be moderated by Mrs. Gaby Angelina Zara. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wow.
Okay. Thank you.
So thank you to Dr. Hangara as the first moderator and all the speakers. So after this, we will hear Dr. Kochur to give um, the next plenary session with the moderator to lead the discussion. And I would like to invite the moderator, who is a lecturer in Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Negeri Malang, Miss Gaby. Please welcome Miss Gaby.
Okay, thank you very much for the master of ceremony. Thank you very much, Dr. Greetings to our esteemed participants. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gabby Angelina. I am the lecturer in Department of Psychology, Universitas Negeri Malang, and I will be the moderator for the second session. Hopefully, you find the previous session very insightful. As now, as we move to the second session, we are going to dive deeper into the mental well-being and its relation to technology's advancement for development in a different areas. To achieve that, we will be accompanied by a lineup of distinguished speakers. So our first speakers in the second session is Dr. Coacher, and Dr. will give us a very insightful materials regarding the romantic relationships. And as we see that it is somehow influence the mental health and also the well-being of many of us. So, Dr. Dagna Culture is lecturer from University of Silesia, Katowice, Poland. She graduated from Universities of Silesia in master degree and also in PhD. For now, Dr. Dagna Culture so many research, insightful research and publication, and also Dr. Datna Kulcher also have such kind of awards and grants. For example, in 2024, she is awarded as the researcher and team member involved in the development of grant proposal for the project titled Astro Mental Health and Behavioral Health, funded by European Space Agency or ESA. So with that kind of history, we're very glad to have Dr. Dagna Kocher as our lineup of speakers, but unfortunately, Dr. Dagna Kocher is unable to be with us right now.
But due to her dedication, she already prepared pre-recorded session that we will be played right now to make up for that loss. So without a further ado, please for the committee to play the video, pre-recorded video of Dr. Dagna Kocher. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Dagna Kocher. I'm from Europe, from Poland. I work at the Institute of Psychology at the University of Silesia in Katowice as an associate professor. I teach courses in social psychology. I also lead the mindfulness meditation session. I have also been the deputy director of the Psychology Institute for 3 years now, and it was a really great journey. If you are interested, all my publication can be found on my Google Scholar profile. I warmly invite you to visit it. And please forgive me if my English isn't perfect. I truly appreciate your patience and understanding. And I also want to apologize for not being present live today and for sending pre-recorded version of my lecture. I hope that at this time I'm participating in a silent, close meditation retreat. Okay, so now let's go to my presentation. Before I move on to the main part of my presentation, I would like to briefly show you a few pictures from Poland. Starting with this one that beautifully captures the charm of all 4 seasons in our country. This photo shows the industrial past of the region known for coal mining and heavy industry. And here you can see how Katowice and Silesia looks today, a modern city that has undergone a transformation, now known for culture, innovation and education. And here one of its academic landmarks is the University of Silesia, where I work and conduct my research in psychology. Okay, so now let's move on from the landscape of my region to the emotional landscape of human romantic relationships, and we can try to focus on the importance of expressing affection in romantic context. So for several years I have been mainly interested in the expression of affection in romantic relationships and their causes and correlates. So it's like that every time when we start talking about something, we should start from defining affection. So affection is a feeling of warmth and fondness towards someone. And of course, display of affection can occur in both private and public settings. So while private expression often happen behind closed doors, public displays are shaped by social norms and cultural expectations. Okay, so now let's say a few words about public display of affection. This is the physical closeness in the presence of others. What is considered an acceptable expression of feelings varies depending on the culture and the context. You can see here, there is an even big article in English Wikipedia called Public Display of Affection, which shows this topic is really important. Okay, now let's say a few words about genesis of my research idea. So as you can see here, when Donald Trump was elected president, I mean the first time in the 2016, there was a lot of talk about comparing his marriage to that of Barack Obama. The press and media compared how those two married couples behave toward their partners in a public place. For example, in Poland, the media concluded that since Barack Obama shows affection to his wife, such as holding hands, hugging, kissing, it means that his relationship is much more satisfying than that one of Donald Trump, who does not show affection in public or not so often. So I decided to look for literature on this topic in database like Google Scholar or IPSCO to plan my research. Still, I was surprised to realize that very few studies compare public and private display of feelings in romantic relationships, and there is no tool for measuring private versus public expression of affection. So I decided to take up this topic. So now let's say a few words about public of affection in different cultures. So in India, public display of affection can be seen as bad if they bother others. Same-sex contact is okay. For example, Section 294 of the law says you can go to jail for up to 3 months or pay a really big fine for obscene acts. For example, in 2007, famous actor Richard Gere kissed Shilpa Shetty at an event, and a court said he should be arrested. Later, higher court said it was okay. The Supreme Court has also said that kissing and hugging in public is legal. Now let's say a few words about Japan. There is really anything more intimate than holding hands in public. For example, kissing goodbye is not an option in almost any cases. In the Middle East, countries such as Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Jordan and Egypt are predominantly Muslim cultures. Although public display of affection generally do not fit the local culture customs, it varies even among those countries. Decency laws do not allow public display of affection. Penalties can be served based on the action in different countries. For example, travelers to Dubai have been given jail sentence for kissing in public. In 2009, a British couple caught by publicly kissing in Dubai were deported following a 3-month prison sentence. And also an unmarried couple, Indian couple, who were in taxi were sentenced to 1 year in prison for hugging and kissing. And this is interesting that the taxi driver drove the couple directly to the police station. In the countries like Pakistan, for example, PDA is not prohibited by law, but is considered rude and obscene if it's done in the company of the other people or family. In Nepal, where I also conducted my research, public display of affection are relatively rare, not because they are legally prohibited, but because they are widely regarded as inappropriate. Especially in a more conservative region, such behavior is simply considered an improper. However, it is worth noting that cultural attitudes are gradually shifting under the influence of Western, particularly European and American norms. So last but not least, let's say a few words about Poland. In Poland, people often show affection in public and private, and most people accept it. Sometimes, if it's too much, people might laugh at it, but they usually not criticize it. Couples who are less accepted by society may feel they can't show affection public as freely. And I will say a few words in the middle also about this topic. So it's important to talk about cultural differences in things like holding hands. For example, in Poland, it's rare for people of the same sex to hold hands in public because it's seen as an romantic. Even though acceptance of the same-sex relationship is growing in Poland, those couples can still face the discrimination. But for example, countries like Nepal, it's normal for two men to hold hands as a friend, and it's not seen as a romantic. Okay, now I want to say a few words about, I think, some popular phrase, get a room. So maybe this is known for you from some movies or TV series, that in the United States, people sometimes say get a room to the couples who show too much affection in public. It's a funny way to say it's okay to be close, but not too much in front of the others. It shows that people prefer some boundaries between private and public affection. And now we can say a few words about less accepted relationships. I said a few slides before that I will come back to this topic. So relationships that are less accepted, socially less accepted, may face challenges in expressing affection openly. Let's consider two examples. First, same-sex relationships. So Abramovich, in the paper from 2007, found that it's harder for bi and homosexual people to show affection in public. While public affection can be seen negatively for all couples, same-sex couples, even holding hands, can face more hate. Heterosexual couples rarely face violence, but same-sex couples often do. Only 18% feel comfortable showing affection in public, and more women than men feel okay with it. And also another less accepted kind of relationships is interracial relationship. So for example, Vaquera and Cao in the paper from 2005 looked at how teen couples in the US show affection comparing interracial and same-race couples. They looked at public affection, like for example holding hands, kissing, and private affection, like giving gifts, and intimate physical contact, like kissing or just having sex. So they found that interracial couples showed less public and private affection, but there was no differences in intimate physical contact. Okay, now I want to say a few words about many different ways of expressing affection. So now studies shows that affection can mean many different things, like kissing frequency, affectionate touch, holding hands, hugging, cuddling, but also it can mean doing favors for the partners, spending together time, and also verbal declaration of love and care. Okay, now let's say a few words about how important is affection, expression, and receiving also to our well-being. Showing affection in a relationship is a key way to feel close and connected. Many types of affection are linked to better well-being, less stress, or higher life satisfaction. People who show affection to their partners often feel healthier and more satisfied with their relationships. Affection can also help couples work through problems like, for example, some kind of conflict or relation transgression, and just improve the relationships. So affection is also very connected to relationship satisfaction. So this is one of the main point in my presentation. So more affection is connected with higher relationship satisfaction. Physical gestures like kisses, hugs, support, intimacy helps resolve conflicts. Loving behaviors are linked to greater closeness. Perceived affection impacts love and commitment. And there are many others research which shows that affection is really important for relationship satisfaction. So, why it is so important? Because affection reduces physical and emotional stress, encourages compromise and better communication, facilitates conflict resolution, strengthens emotional closeness and commitment, and lowers rumination and feeling of being hurt. So now let's say a few words about theoretical foundation of my research and the research which I conducted. So for me there are really important, very important two theories. First, affection exchange theory by Floyd, and second, relationship maintenance behaviors by Kuczynska. So understanding the dynamics of display of affection in romantic relationships is supported by those two theories. So let's start from the affection exchange theory by Floyd. The first paper is from 2001. And it suggests that exchanging feelings and affection helps humans survive and build strong relationships. This theory says showing affection helps create bonds and signals someone would be a good caring partner and also good caring parent. Research shows that people who give and receive more affection tend to be more happier, more confident, and less stressed, and also just healthier. They also have better mental health, feel closer in their relationships, and are more socially active. And now a few words about relationship mating behaviors. This is theory by Kuczynska. She is a Polish professor. So bonding behaviors, like for example sexual activity, helping partner, staying close physically, and showing kindness, are a key to all close relationships, according to Professor Kuczynska. Her research shows that those behaviors help maintain a relationship and make people more interested and caring. They also predict how strong and satisfying relationship will be. Okay, so now let's say a few words about studies which I conducted. I want to tell you about my free research. So the first one, which is already published, you can go there using this QR code, and in this paper I describe 3 different studies, and this paper is mainly about the scale. And the name of the scale is Public and Private Romantic Display of Affection Scale. Of course, I encourage you to use that tool in your research. So the first study in this paper is just the analysis of the psychometrics properties of the tool. In the second study, we described the correlation with relationship satisfaction. I mentioned about it already, but this is also, my study also showed that the relationship correlation is very very strong. And study 3, it was about assessment of expressing feelings privately and publicly, and it was confirmed by the partner in the romantic relationship. Okay, so now here you can see the scale. So the tool have 4 subscales, and it's like private display of affection, public display of affection, which together make own tendency to show affection. And separately there are 2 different subscales. So first it's attitude towards people showing affection in public place, and behaviors towards people showing affection in a public place. So let's go to examples item of the scale. So I think that this is good that the scale is not very long, it's just 90 items. So for example, it's like I like holding my partner's hands while we are at home, for example watching film. I like walking in public place holding my partner's hand. So this is of course about that private and public display of affection. And let's go next. Couples holding hands in public place annoys me. So this is attitudes towards people showing affection in public. And the last subscale, I sometimes admonish people who behave inappropriate for public places. Okay, so the key findings from Article 1 is first, positive correlation between display of affection and relationship satisfaction as well as sexual satisfaction. Next, we find negative correlation between displaying affection and age or relationship duration. Also, men tend to display affection less frequently in both private and public settings. And last, single individuals tend to view public display of affection by other couples more negatively. So here you can see the correlation, and also we find the negative age correlation. So it means when we get older, we tend to less affection behaviors. And also we have the negative correlation with relationship length. So it also means that on the, we can say, first years of the relationship, people are more likely to behave in an affectionate way towards their partners. And of course the correlation with the relationship satisfaction. And here you can see the differences between 4 groups. First, the single groups, and here you can see the informal relationship less than 1 year. Informal relationship which last longer than 1 year, and here are the group of married couples. So as I mentioned, we notice that single people have more negative opinion and behaviors towards people who show affection in public. Okay, now I want to say a few words about my second article, which is under review now, so please keep your finger crossed. And this is about intergenerational similarities in attitudes toward displaying affection in romantic relationship. So the study looked at how adult children and their parents have similar attitudes towards showing affection in a relationship. So it also checked if emotional intelligence played a role here. We studied 83 families and found that children, of course the adult children, attitudes were linked to their father's attitudes, while mother's attitudes only affect negative view about public affection. So emotional intelligence was also similar within families and helped explain those patterns. This suggests that both family upbringing and shared emotional intelligence shape how people show affection in their relationships. And now I want to say something about my last third article about public and private display of affection and the connection with the relationship satisfaction among people from Indonesia, Nepal, and Poland. So the study looked at how people show affection in public and private and how they feel about it in Poland, Nepal, and Indonesia. It also checked how those actions rate to relationship satisfaction. There were 461 participants in age 18 to 49 in those countries. So results showed big cultural differences. Polish people showed the most affection in public and private, while Indonesian showed the least in public. Indonesians were most likely to dislike public affection and Poles the least. People in Nepal had the highest relationship satisfaction in all three countries. Showing affection was linked to being happier in relationships, showing that it is important everywhere, even in culture differences. But here on this slide you can see the correlation, the showing of affection with relationship satisfaction, and this is also, I think, very interesting that correlation differ between those countries. So I think that the highest correlation were in Poland, next in Indonesia, and the less strong was in Nepal. So I think this is also very interesting. So on the end of my presentation, little joke, and here you can see the word of thank you in Polish. This is dziękuję. So yeah, and on the last thing I want to also say a few words. So if you have any question or would like to continue the discussion, feel free to contact me. I will be happy to stay in touch. This is my email address. Okay, so on the end, once again, I want to apologize for my English. I hope you were able to understand and that the lecture was interesting for you. Also, I want to thank very much Mr. Judy Triharsono for his cooperation, for the invitation, first of all, me here. And I hope we will continue our research on showing affection in different cultures together. And I have to mention that I have just received the information that our joint article has been accepted in +1. To all of you, thank you for your attention. I wish you a successful and inspiring continuation of the conference, filled with fruitful discussion and meaningful connection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dagna Kocher. Give applause to Dr. Dagna Kocher for the very interesting materials shared with us. Okay, so it's actually very interesting material regarding the public display attention. Unfortunately, because Dr. Dagna Kocher is unable to be with us real time today, so we don't have any question and answer session with her. Maybe if you have any question, you can directly contact her through the contact that she already given to us. Thank you very much. So now it's time for us to move to the next speaker, which very which have such a very nice and also remarkable contribution in the field that very interesting, will spark interest in for the young generation, because the next speaker is Professor Sylvester Arnab from Coventry University. So, Professor Sylvester Arnab is a full professor in game science, because we already know a lot of young generation right now is very, they love game very much, especially in applied games. For Professor Sylvester Arnab is now at the Center for Post-Digital Cultures at the Institute for Creative Cultures. Professor Sylvester Arnab research mainly focus on the investigation into how engaging, empathic, and empowering experience are designed and applied based on strategies and elements commonly used by playful and game-based approach. So, Professor Arnab is also the co-founder at the multi-award-winning Game Changers initiative that emphasize an open practice in playful and game-based learning. Game Changers has informed empathic teaching and learning and community engagement in various countries, including Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam, and towards responding the UN Sustainable Development Goal. That's why it's very fortunate to us to have Professor Arnab as our speaker for today. So, without further ado, now it's my pleasure to welcome Professor Sylvester Arnab from Coventry University. Professor Sylvester Arnab, the virtual floor is yours. Please, you may begin your presentation.
Hi, a very good morning. Selamat pagi, everyone. It is very early here. It's about now 5:40 in the morning. But that is fine because I've got jet lag anyway, because I just came back from Asia for my field work. And it is a pleasure for me to be here today. And thank you very much for having me. So I shall share my screen. Should I share my current screen? Yeah, let's go and share. Right. Share. Are you able to see my screen? Yeah. That's good. Right. So I'm going to talk about purposeful. Can someone confirm if you could see my screen? Yeah. Should be all right. Let me try again. Continue. Just to make sure that I've got the right one. Share. Right. So what I'm going to talk today is very much around the work that we are doing in Play, and how it is important to engage various communities that you are working with in different types of activities that will benefit them, whether it is for education or whether it is for health, so on and so forth. So what I'm going to talk today is like a very quick tour of the different work that we have done, which will hopefully inspire some of you to really think about different ways of creating engaging activities for your audience. So just to give you a bit of a background, so my group is called Ludic Design. So in this particular group, we investigate an open practice of play and game design. So we investigate the design process and how we can actually use this in serious contexts. And the second part is looking at the impact of play for serious purposes in terms of evaluation, in terms of trying to understand more how could someone engage in certain activities and how that would then contribute towards their development. And the third part that we are looking at is very much around emerging methods and technology. So we look at AI, VR, so on and so forth. So our main activities is driven by game changers, which has been mentioned before. So we are looking at the use of play in education mostly, but also in other serious sectors, for example, health. Because play itself is an easy, natural, and universal practice that builds resilience. We are all familiar with play. We are all familiar with activities that is engaging us through, hands-on activities, physical activities, either through non-digital approaches or through digital. So we are very much interested in looking at the different types of platforms and formats that will enable someone to engage. So we've explored play in so many different projects. These are some of our projects that we've done for over 10 years. We are fortunate to be funded by so many different funders who trust us in providing or creating new insights, new impact, and play is something that we are very much interested in. And I'm sure that in your work, because I know that this is a conference in psychology, I'm pretty sure that you are looking at different ways for engagement in different types of interventions. So my talk is very much around community engaged and community driven. It is important to work with various communities whom we want to impact, who will benefit from the interventions. So it is important to engage with them. So as you can see here, we've engaged with various communities from young kids through to professionals. So it's interesting to see the similarities and differences. Play should not stop at childhood. It should continue on into our adulthood, in our daily life, in the way that we look at our world and how we engage with our world. So we call it remixing play. Remixing is normally used for music. When you look at existing music and you remix it and you create a new version of it. So it is very much similar. So we try to understand more about the different types of experiences, the emotional connections, the behavior change that can happen when you play. How can we repurpose and remix this into new activities for addressing specific objectives or specific outcomes that you want to achieve? So there are so many different theories behind play, behind gameplay, SDTs, flow theory, behavioral economics, game theory. You've got fog theory, so on and so forth. So there are so many different things that we can look into to understand more about behaviors and how behaviors, when you play, can be directed towards something that is constructive. Something that is beyond entertainment, something that is more serious and will have serious outcomes. Because when we play, we try on new identities and we are less afraid to fail. Because fail, FAIL, stands for first attempt in learning. So we are learning from making mistakes. So we want to encourage this in play. So we can figure things out together and adapt to any surprises as they come, because life is not linear. There are so many different factors that can impact our life, our mental health, so on and so forth. So how do we then have the attitude of play that will encourage us to be more open to surprises, to new things, be open to making mistakes, to being open to be vulnerable, so that we will be able to improve ourselves, and be able to achieve what we want to achieve in life. So we look at play in terms of values. So these are the main values that we are looking at. For example, the sense of fun, because when you play, you always think, oh, it is fun. But fun, there are so many different aspects of fun. Easy fun is the normal one. For example, you just want to play board games with your friends, or you just want to have fun with your friends or with your colleagues, so on and so forth. So easy fun is something that you want to engage with in general. But hard fun is something that is interesting. Hard fun is about being engaged in something that is difficult, challenging, annoying, frustrating, but you are so engrossed in the activity, in solving that particular challenge, without realizing that time passes you by. So that is hard fun. You are enjoying, quote unquote, you are enjoying the experience of solving something and improving your skills. So this is something interesting. Hard fun happens in any games, because you want to solve something in order to move on in that particular game, and you would learn from the experience, making mistakes and learning from it. So the sense of autonomy is what I mentioned in terms of you voluntarily engaged in play. So we're interested in the value of autonomy and the sense of curiosity. You're curious about, oh, I don't know anything about this. I want to find out more about this in order for me to engage with these activities. So it encourages you to be more curious, to improve your knowledge. The social aspect of it, especially when you are in a multi-player environment, even in a single-player game, you are able to be social with your other friends who are actually playing the same game, right? For instance, you are able to discuss and connect with them through this. You would want to experiment. So this linked to making mistakes, iterations, continuing to improve yourself and experimenting through the experience, and the sense of agency. You feels where you feel that you have the responsibility, the accountability to respond to something. So you have the agency to actually address any challenge. So in a playful environment. So these are the main values that we are looking at. You can look at the QR code and see some of the aspects that I've mentioned here today. So how do we encourage playful values through gameplay? As an instance, right? Games are just a small, minute section of play. Play is a huge area, but games is just an instrument, and gameplay is just an activity within play. But it provides a good point or start for us to be able to investigate what actually happens when we play, using games, because games have got rules, games have got different levels, games have got different activities that has been designed into it. So you would have the capability to engage or to track what's happening within gameplay. So during COVID, games have been quoted as one of the key instruments that have helped someone to manage their well-being, because you can't go out anywhere, you can't see anyone. So games provide that platform that will enable you to explore new places, to engage with your friends through online play, to be able to engage with your family through gameplay, to be able to actually do all sorts of things that you can't do during COVID. So this is something that's interesting, that people are now interested in using play or gameplay specifically to engage different audiences. And these are some of the games have kept me sane during COVID when I can't go anywhere. So I've been playing these games. These games have taught me a lot. I've engaged with the characters, with the stories, with the environment, being able to visit different types of environments. I'm sure that some of you might have played some of these games. So feel free to let me know what games that you have played and that you like. But these are the games that have kept me sane during COVID. And playing games can help to support behavior change. There are so many different examples out there where games have been used within health and well-being, mostly around encouraging certain behaviors or nurturing different habits. So games have got the ability to be used as an instrument. They can scaffold different types of experiences that someone can go through. So it is a powerful instrument in the hands of a good designer, mixed with some experts in health and well-being, for instance, or in education. You will be able to map the experience properly, enabling someone to engage in stories, perhaps, or problem solving, or different types of activities in their daily life that will enable them to then develop certain resilience, perhaps. But games has got so much potential in providing this. But there is no such thing as fixed formula to it. There are different examples. Some of them might not be replicable, but we can learn from them. We are very much interested in not just the fact that when you do the pre and the post test of using games, you can see, oh, someone has improved their knowledge, someone has improved their well-being, so on and so forth. We are more interested in what actually happened during gameplay. What aspects of games help someone to improve their mental health? What types of sections, that particular games that would help someone to improve their knowledge? So we are very much interested in this. We need to dig deeper rather than just doing a normal RCTs or randomized controlled trials to see whether this treatment is better than that treatment. Why is that treatment better? Which part of that treatment is better? So we need to think more about this. And one way that we can look into it, all of us have had the experience in playing games. All of us have had experience in playing in general. So I look at it as, think like a designer, or you can think like a player. When you look at a playful activity, you will look at the aesthetics of it. You understand, you can see there's the board, there's some pieces that you need to use, there are some dice, or there are something that you need to click on. So that is the aesthetics. That is something that you can see. And then the mechanics will be the rules of that particular game. So what do you need to do in order to proceed to the next stage of the game? Or in order to solve this problem, what do you need to do? What are the different things that you need to click? Or do you need to throw some dice? Or do you need to move some pieces? Or do you need to tinker with all sorts of different things? And then the dynamics is the interconnection of all this, the interconnection of the rules or the activities, the interactions you have to do. What do they mean? What is the meaning behind it? How do you navigate the experience, right? How do you navigate from one level to another level to the next level? It's the same as in health and well-being. There are a lot of different levels of us recuperating from certain behavior, perhaps. So we can think about different ways of different types of activities that will have different rules and interactions that will help someone to understand more about their status on that particular level and how they can move on to the next level, so on and so forth. But it is a lot to think about. But it's such an interesting area. But one way that we can do it is to do it together. that is value in the process of working together, making something together, creating something together, so that we will be able to understand the process, so that we will be able to test and iteratively design experiences that would benefit our target audience and sometimes would benefit ourselves. So it is an interesting thing that we need to think about, because practice, I believe practice, doesn't make perfect, because nothing is perfect. We are not perfect. So we would strive to better ourselves. We strive to better our activities. We strive to better our practice, really. So by working together, and remember when I said play also promote taking risk, making mistakes, learning from mistakes. So this is how we can actually improve ourselves in terms of our behavior, perhaps, or in terms of the way that we create something. So one of the key things, some of you might have seen this before, is like we use this to encourage people to exercise their creative muscle, to understand more about how do we remix play, how do we then create new activities, is by using these cards. I've been to Malang University before, and some of our colleagues there have got these cards. So you might want to ask them if you want to have a look at them. So for instance, here you have two cards. So you pick one card randomly and the other card randomly. So one is a topic and the other one is a game that you might want to remix or repurpose. In the instance, the general topic is health, and then the game that you would need to remix is Gobak Sodor. We have a different term of this particular game in English as well as in Malaysia, because I'm originally from Malaysia. But I don't remember what they are. But yeah, so you can actually look at this, how, say for example, physical health, right? So we want someone to be more physical, doing physical activities. So perhaps these games can represent different types of levels that they will need to go to. And they will need to go through different barriers. They will need to solve different things. They will need to jump on, chairs, or they will need to crawl down a hole or something like that, different tunnels. So you can create different games based on existing game and just test them out. And in different workshops that we have run, you'll be surprised to see that some people manage to put their hand up saying that I've got an idea for this game in less than 30 seconds, or in less than a second. Just put hand up saying that I've got an idea. And the idea here is we need to remember that practice makes better. So by being able to creatively think of an idea quickly without worrying about whether the idea is bad, whether the idea is, is boring. We have to be confident in our idea, because it is iterations. You need to be curious. You need to be able to iterate, experiment with your ideas. And once you have done this, you can go through different processes to refine your game, to go through the processes in engaging with other people to design your game. For instance, here, this is a collaboration between the City Council, homeless charity, the university, and students from the college. So they decided to address the issue of homelessness in Coventry, because we got an issue of people who are homeless. How do we help them? How do we understand them? And they pick Monopoly as their inspiration. So they ended up creating homeless Monopoly, which is currently being used in schools as well as in the city to educate people about a huge spectrum of homelessness, and the different types of services that they can access, and how we can support them, and how can we pinpoint different support for them. So this has been used to help encourage and increase awareness of the complexity of the issues of homelessness. And this is two tutors in Italian language. They want to use Pokemon Go as the inspiration, because then Pokemon Go was so famous, so they want to do something similar to encourage language learning. So you can walk around Coventry and you can engage in different quests and missions on Italian language at the same time. So it is interesting to see how they co-created this with students, and they are able to create it using a free software which is called Tailblazer. Tailblazer is a software that would allow you to create location-based games for free. So you can have a look. It's Taileblazer, Tailblazer from the MIT in the US, because we are doing a bit of work with them as well. So this is a game from hopscotch to teach science in a very remote part of Borneo. We spent about a week with them and creating games and engaging with them in gameplay. And the idea of remixing play is currently being used by the teachers to create different resources that they can use, because they don't have access to a lot of resources. So by using this frugal approach, this very simple approach in creating games to teach difficult subjects, have been very useful. And this is another activities that we have run with 5 countries in Europe. So they are interested in engaging with adult population who are not familiar with the digital and data, because data is very important. How do you protect yourself? So data literacy is something that we engaged the communities with in this particular project, and we use the same approach, remixing play and game design thinking, to create different resources that will enable people to engage with topics such as data literacy, such a dry, boring topic, but using gameplay and mostly analog games, have engaged different types of groups in 5 different countries in Europe. And the process is, much more elaborated process compared to remixing play. So they start with remixing play in understanding the topic, and to also understanding what are the different types of games that they can reuse. So using design thinking, if you are familiar with it, so you empathize and you define, and then you ideate the different ideas. So when you ideate, these are the parts where we use a lot of remixing play approaches. And then you prototype it, and then you refine it, prototype, refine it, test it. Through this particular process, we managed to create 10 different analog games and 3 different digital ones. So you can have a look at this. They are free to download, and you can print them out and use them to teach data. There's so many different types of aspects that you can learn from this. So the process is like, how do you map serious objectives in this? So this idea of mapping something serious to the design. So what we have worked on is very much around looking at learning models. So in your case, in psychology or in health, in well-being, there are different types of model of behavior change that you want to use, perhaps. So you can replace this with your behavior change model, right? But in this case, as an example, we use Bloom's in terms of the way that people learn from, retention, understanding through to creating, and how do we map it against different types of game mechanics. These are not set in stones. These are not fixed. These are examples of what we managed to get from different games, and trying to create this hypothesis, the interconnection between the mechanics of playing games, the rules, the activities, the interactions, and how do we map it against the mechanics of learning. In your case, the mechanics of behavior change, for instance, right? So we can do this to help us to understand more about what actually happened in a game or playful activities that you are designing. And we have also extended this to understand more about motivation. So we're looking at autonomy through SDT, and seeing how we can connect different types of learning mechanics, game mechanics, and self-determination theory in terms of what do we think the ownership, the intrinsic motivation, the extrinsic motivation. So this is a huge task to do, but it is important for us to understand more about the engagement and the interaction. So that was quite a quick tour around the foundation of the work that we're looking at. It's very much around playful values. How can we use games as instruments? How do we understand and track what is actually happening in the game or in playful activities that can help us to understand more about behavior change, educational change, social change, so on and so forth. So we've done this project since 2014 from Game Changers, when we set the foundations, international engagement in Europe as well as in Malaysia. Creative Culture was our first project in Asia, and that has spin off into so many different other projects. For example, the second Creative Culture in Malaysia and ACES, which included Indonesia. And we have new projects which have spun off from the previous collaboration that we have. So you can see the journey here. It is not a one-stop project or one-stop research. It is continuous, and I find it exciting. And so many other projects mentioned there as well. But I just want to touch on some of them. Creative Culture is a project where we engage with remote villages in Borneo in creating spaces and resources for learning, but using game-based learning approaches. And the most important aspect is engaging with educators to empower them to be able to create these resources. The same with you. You might want to engage with, health experts, clinicians, or nurses, so on and so forth, who are able to then use this particular approach in creating new interventions, to creating new activities that they want to do. There's so many different ways of using games and play in terms of the aspects and values. And this has also spun off to new activities in Malaysia, where they are creating games for cyber security for remote villagers again, because they are not familiar with the digital, so they don't actually know how to protect themselves against phishing, so many different risks. And they've also used the same approach in fighting against malaria. So they've created various games, they've created various things that enabled them to then, engage with the communities in increasing the awareness. And I will show you a project which has spun off from Creative Culture. ACES is a project that involved Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia. And the video should be able to play.
The ACES project explores transformative and sustainable education through playful and frugal approaches towards developing social resilience, impacting educators and learners and their communities in Malaysia, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Resilience is perceived as the willingness and readiness to adapt and transform educational practice to innovatively address challenges and opportunities that may arise within the local and wider community. Recognizing the specific needs of minority and marginalized communities whilst building trust and partnerships is essential for creating optimal conditions for active and sustained engagement towards a common goal. Promoting a sense of autonomy, curiosity, and agency in learners and educators to experiment through play, whilst engaging with fun challenges and social interactivity, helps develop resilience within their learning and teaching practices. By designing with an open mind, leveraging available resources, and building interventions at the speed of need, encourages creative problem solving, practicality, and sustainability towards more resilient education practice. Adopting a collective approach to the generation of resources, spaces, and practical guidelines involving a range of diverse voices and perspectives within the community ensures inclusive and equitable education. Since 2020, we have developed 10 impact case studies which continue to inspire new initiatives and interventions across Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, and beyond. To learn more about the ACES project and how you can design transformative and sustainable education practice towards developing social resilience, visit aces.gchanges.org.
So through these projects, we've learned a lot more things about using play to create resources, to create spaces, and all these projects have provided fantastic foundation for us to engage with partners across the different countries, and which have spun off to these other projects. Like IHDU is a project that we are running in Indonesia. We've just completed this project where we use playful design thinking to engage disabled students at Malang University as well as in Umpo in Ponorogo, to try and see how do we create safer environments, how do we give them a voice to inform policies and to inform different types of changes that should happen at the universities in terms of the mentoring process, in terms of the infrastructure, so on and so forth. And this has now spun off into another project that has just started, which is called Bridge HE. How do we use play in encouraging undergraduates at the universities to be able to then engage in research, giving disabled students the empowerment and the space for them to develop their skills. And we also have other projects like FAIR, Game Aid, and the others which I can talk about now. FAIR is a project that is using playful approaches, but in an art-based approach, in encouraging the communities in Malaysia to think about climate change, to think about their environment, their natural flora and fauna, engaging with young people, with the communities, with the head of the village. So it's such an interesting project. I just came back from there and we developed 2 different art installations that represent the village as well as the understanding of their environment as well. So this project is still ongoing. And this is the one I mentioned just now, IHDU. So IHDU is now continuing on as Bridge HE for encouraging disabled students in engaging in research, giving them the pathway for them to then be researchers at universities or doing the PhDs, on and so forth. We are also interested in technology. I know that I've mentioned a lot about non-technological approaches, but the foundation of non-technological methodology is important for us to then create something else from the digital, so on and so forth. We need to understand how can we support those who are most vulnerable, those who are most marginalized or underserved, before we can create something that would then support everyone else, right? So we are interested in AI, right? We're working with the same teachers whom we have worked with in ACES. They say that we want to learn more about how to be more resilient in our teaching practice by understanding what AI is. How can we use it in a classroom, and so on and so forth, and engaging with the teachers in Coventry as well. So we say, okay, let's start the project in Coventry. So this is the example of what we have done in Coventry in working with teachers in a playful way, in co-designing different types of resources using AI, so that you will be able to understand how to be creative, how to be critical in AI. So this project is still ongoing in terms of the findings itself, but it was only funded for 5 months. But we are still working with the teachers in creating different resources at the moment. And in Vietnam, we are doing similar things, but they are using digital game to teach AI. So we are working with teachers in understanding more about the needs in terms of what they would want to learn in terms of AI and how that could benefit their teaching practice. So we are in the process of co-creating, co-designing games with them. And VR, we are in the final year of our project where we are looking at the use of VR in supporting autistic individuals in terms of interviews, in terms of first days at work, because they have different needs. We want the employers to be able to understand the conditions and understand the needs of people with autism. So this is such an interesting project where we are creating prototypes, VR prototypes that we are currently testing with individuals with autism. And we have autistic people who are already in employment, who are part of the group, who are giving us advice on the things that they've experienced and how that could then help others. So we are trying to understand more about this, and we are still doing this particular research. So before I end, I just need to emphasize that the communities that we are working with and the communities that you are working with, they are the change agents. They are the ones that need to be supported. Whoever are running interventions for their target audience, those are the people that you need to work with closer. For example, if you're working with mental health specialists, if you are working with educators, if you are working with nurses, if you are working with clinicians, how can we support them in co-creating different types of intervention, different types of playful activities that could benefit someone's well-being or educational attainments, on and so forth. So community engaged approach is very important. And thank you very much. And everything that I've talked about today, some of them are in my book, as you can see here. This is like a shameless plug of the book, but this is based on over 10-year research in games and in play, and how can you use it in hybrid spaces. Thank you very much for having me. Such a pleasure to be here today. It is now 6:19 a.m. in the morning, and thank you very much. Terima kasih.
This might sound exaggerating, maybe, Professor, but believe me, this is from the bottom of my heart. Your material really resonates with me. Why? Because I do love gaming also. I played The Sims for like more than 10 years, from The Sims 1 till now The Sims 4. And lots of my friends did it. And lots of your sayings really that sparks interest. It gives insight in me, because no mother in this world never they don't have any difficulties in asking their children to play games seriously. They don't need to ask their children to do that, but they need to ask their children to seriously studying, while the seriousness is actually the same, whether it is studying or playing games. So it's not, it is more of an interest, and how in games it sparks interest and it's directly made you happy by doing that, while you are exerting the same effort as studying actually.
Exactly.
That's why for me, this material is very engaging as someone who are seriously playing games also. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Arnab. So now we're coming to the question and answer session. To all the participants who want to give questions, you may directly raise your hand for you who are in this room, or for those who are joining us through Zoom, you may ask the question in the chat box. Okay, so let us see. Is there any question from our audience in this room first? Okay, so let's see in the chat box from Zoom. Is there any question? Okay. Let us see the chat column. Okay, so for now, okay, let's see from the chat from the Zoom. Is there any question? Okay,
And
so Yeah, not yet. There's still no question in Zoom, but I do have a question for you. So the question might be coming from me, the moderator. Is that all right?
Yeah, that is fine. That is fine.
Okay. Yeah, I know how enjoyable it is playing games and how enjoyable it is learning through games because if we try uh, to do such a meta analysis, for example, I know that games is not easy to make because I'm quite a geek also. I try to I try to research the history of the Sims, for example, how many years it takes to make, well, how hard it is to make, what kind of theory actually integrated inside that game. So that's when people doing it, they automatically learning actually without they even realize, and that's something enjoyable. But sometimes in this life, we sometimes need to learn for something that is not so enjoyable also. So how do we adapt that kind of condition where you are actually that you are accustomed to learn in such an enjoyable in enjoyable circumstances, for example, but then sometimes when you need to learn in not so enjoyable circumstances, how do we keep the same spirit, for example? How do we keep the same resilience, for example, facing that condition?
I think I have two answers for that, or maybe response. The first one is, how do we create something that will encourage someone to learn something within a game environment, for example, Sims and stuff like that. Of course, Sims has been, there are huge band of designers and developers to create it. For us, when we think about using games of play for learning, for instance, you need to be specific with the objectives that you want to achieve. For example, if you want to use it in the classroom, what is the specific objectives that you want the students to learn? And do not address too many objectives in one game, or else it will be a huge game, right? And having one objective or two objectives in the game that will enable you to track what they have learned. So I always get people to try and create analog games first, because that is the cheapest, the most frugal way for you to understand the process of creating something, the mechanics, and then you can get people to try and test it and see, are they engaged or are they bored? So what else can you change? Are there anything that I can do to make it better? And then once you have had that, once you have had something that you are comfortable with, and you could see the evidence of the impact of that particular game, you can then start thinking, okay, can I convert this into a digital version, or should you? Is it something that is required, right? Unless if you have other learners who are in different parts of the world, you say, oh, let's create something they can download, they can print out themselves, like what we did with DALI, or you want to convert it into an online version. We have converted some of our games into an online version. It's a similar game, but it is an online environment, so you can do that as well. So that is the first part of my answers, in terms of making sure that we intentionally embed specific learning in that particular game that we create, and we need to invest some time in testing them and doing them and using them with a target audience, in order for us ourselves to understand more about the process that is happening within a particular game. It would be nice to do it with other colleagues as well, so that you will have different ways of creating things, include some experts within it if you wish. So the second part is, how do we replicate that sense of values? Remember that when I talk about playful values, games or gameplay would, give us the sense of autonomy, give us a sense of fun, give us a sense of curiosity, experimentation, the agency to do something. You don't have to force someone to play. If someone is forced to play, that is not play. So it's someone will engage in it, right? And I think we need to focus on the hard fun. The hard fun, when we play games, even though no matter how difficult that game is, and we are so frustrated, it's, oh my God, I cannot complete this level. I just can't do this. In some of the games that I've played, I have to do it 20, 25 times in order for me to move on. But why did I still play it? Even though it was hard, but I enjoyed the challenge. So yeah, so we need to help people to reflect on their experience in playing games. For example, yeah, reflection is important. I think this is something that we can do in a classroom or as parents and stuff when our children are playing games, get them to reflect which part of the game that frustrates you and how does it help you to think about being creative and say that can you do this in learning as well? Is that when you are in the classroom and think about it as a mission. Being in the classroom, the teacher is giving you homework to do. It is a mission. The teacher is giving you a mission. So teachers need to change the language they use. It's like, I'm giving you work to do. Work is that no one wants to do work, right? So I'm giving you a quest. This is our mission. The classroom is our mission hub. So every single day, I would give you a mission or a quest to do. Your quest today is this. And then there be some kind of reminder that they are playing, so they are not judged. Allow them to make mistake, right? So they don't feel like, oh, if I don't do this well, the teacher will say that I'm not good enough, right? So give them a space to make mistakes. So that in a way would change the behavior. So once you have changed the behavior, the perception of learning, it's not I'm being judged because I need to listen to whatever the teachers are saying. I need to remember every single thing, and then I would need to reproduce it. Then you will get stressed. I will get stressed, right? So if you change the environment in the classroom, young people will be able to look at learning as part of experimentation. So they're experimenting with the teachers, no matter whether the answers is correct, incorrect. So I know that in formal education, formalized exams is important, right?
Yeah.
But there is a point where we have formative reflections, formative assessment, meaning that you would do small chunks of different activities in the classroom. You don't assess them, you don't judge them, but you give them ways for improving the skills by level 1. Say, quest level 1, this is what you need to do. Once you have completed this, you can move on to quest number 2. So actually, homework 1, homework 2, homework 3, homework 4, right? But you phrase it in a way that would be, I don't really like to use the word gamify, but people use the word gamified activities. So maybe this is how we can replicate that into something that is not a game, but it feels like a game. Maybe, yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Anap. Yeah, what really amazed me is that the point of awareness and realization of what you're doing. I mean, like, even when you're studying without your realizing what you're actually doing, that might not work. But while playing games, even though it is such easy fun or even a serious fun, when we have that kind of realization, that might this game might be something even more useful than a forced studying, for example, like that.
Yeah, exactly. Agree.
The role of a teacher that need to be switched in seeing the game itself so that they can take the game as the way to give that kind of realization to their students that you are also actually learning through doing this game. Thank you very much, Professor Arnab, for your very insightful materials and your very insightful answer. I'm very glad that today I have the chance to be the moderator. And unfortunately, the time for us for the second session is already over.
Thank you very much for all the speakers, to Dr. Dagna Kocher and also Professor Sylvester Arnab. So for now, for the second session, I, Debbie Angelina Zara, as the moderator, I close the second session, and for now, I give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, Professor. Give
Thank
a
you. See
speak.
you. See you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as time goes by, it's time for us to have a break for 80 minutes, which is 1 hour and 20 minutes. We would like to ask all the participants not to leave the room during break session and then start the parallel session at 1:50 p.m. Thank you.